Thank you. Can you please call the hearing number for the record? We're in closed session.
This is Commission hearing number 199 of Tuesday, 14 September 2021. In case 352 Gito Obe, case 377 Tatiana Bosi, and case 349 Joy and John Ferguson.
Thank you. Can you please call the first witness?
Gito Obe.
Morgito Aubert, verservant l'évidence qu'on va donner, et la vérité, toute la vérité, rien que la vérité, mon Dieu de moi.
Thank you, Mr. Robert. You are the complainant in this case, and we are in closed session. So none of your evidence will be broadcast to the public. But under our act, we have to keep a complete written and audio-visual record. So it's being recorded, but it will not be publicly disclosed. So thank you for coming today. The Commission would invite you to set out your complaint. Please take your time. If you need to adjourn at any time, let us know, and we're happy to accommodate you. But thank you for coming today.
I'm having a bit of trouble of hearing. I think it,
A lot of people can't understand me, right? So it could well be me. Yeah, but she will tell you again.
Yeah,
Right.
pas oublier vous causer un petit peu fort, s'il vous plaît.
Repeat it, or
no, it's all
Yeah.
right.
we're in closed session.
Yes.
None of your evidence is being broadcast.
Y-
You're the complainant.
Yeah.
Tell us your
Okay.
complaint.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Premièrement, le temps coup d'État, mon parti ici. Mon petit sorti ici en 1975. Mon petit tourne ici 90. Le 11, après mon petit tourne en Angleterre. Après mon petit tourne encore en 91. Après mon resté, toi, est-ce qu'on là? Les temps, mon petit l'Angleterre, mon temps de nous la tête, tu gagnes quoi, hein? Dès après la mort, mon neveu, John Esparon, il a dit, tout, il est mon quoi, 16 ans. Tu as quoi, nous la terre, mon quoi, 24 août.
Je te tout il lit.
Yeah.
Qui va ça? Qui va qui côté? Pas problème.
Oui, la côte grand pan, la côte grand pour tu restes la côte oublié comment il appelé Petit Paris chose. Bouillant. Non, non, oublié.
Ok. Continue.
Yeah. He was the lawyer. Was he a lawyer?
Yes.
Yeah, found with the
yes.
broken neck.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
suspicious.
He
Yeah.
supposedly had an accident, but his shoes was in the back of the car, and I found him. And the first person on the scene was this old man who came, and they felt his body was cold, so he'd been dead a while. Pardon? Oui, les outils à Maslit, à soir. Mon t'en une bonne histoire, mon parti ici. Yeah. Moi, dernière fois, mon petit John was in 1978, là, mon petit marié, et tu viens de mon mariage, après, tu peux étudier là-bas pour avocat même. 78, après, mon pas aller encore. Mon maman, tu viens visiter moi, l'Angleterre, mon sœur, tu colles, Odette, tu esparo, tu colles, tu peux gueuler le téléphone, il dit, tu tout jeune.
Mais tu n'as jamais un cas en cours concernant son mort, un inquiry, quelque chose comme ça?
Non, à cause son papa pas tous les non, rien, ni, mon croyant un caisse là, son sœur peut venir faire, les autres, mais pas qu'on est qui peut à l'arrivée après, hein. Et tu ici, là, il a allé, mais pas qu'on est si gars pour y aller. Nanette Esparo. Quand même, à mon type, ils viennent faire close session à cause d'autres parties, d'autres parler, lève ça, que ça cause son papa, il y a encore vivant.
De quel est son papa?
Guy Esparo. Il y en a, il fait gars 88 ans. Le type espère, il est mort pour d'autres venir. Mais je ne crois pas si le gars espère après.
Guy Espérant, lui-même Christine a fait un pool, tout ça.
Oui, Golden Eggs. Kahaya, Tropica, Maika. Oula.
Ok, j'ai fait la terre. J'ai fait la terre où tu commences dans la terre.
La terre, gouvernement, tu as quoi? La terre. Albert René, tu fais mon sœur Tite, Madame Watts, Annette Watts. Et tu fais les Tite. Après, par exemple,
Missed that. He put her. Sorry, can you clarify that?
Ou capable de dire nous bien prononce bien ça non, Annette.
Annette Watts, W-A-T-T-S.
OK.
She was the executive. Tu as pointé comment quoi?
Tite.
Tutor.
Tu as pointé les Tite.
Tutor, même affaire qui exécutait?
Yeah.
OK.
Mais par contre, pour quelle raison, à cause de la terre, tu en as, tu en as 4 la case là. Tu en as 10 personnes là-dedans, et louer, ben, l'affaire comme ça. Mais par contre, à cause ordinairement, pas.
Héritier qui a pas été.
Héritier, par Claude Aubert, il passait les Claude.
Oui.
Par Claude, entre les autres qui fait camarade, c'était.
Oui.
Mais les autres fait. Albert René fait les terres, après les autres font la terre. Ils confisaient.
Les autres tu donnent les autres l'agrément?
Non, non,
Le parti qu'on est.
pas qu'on est.
Il pas dit les autres, li où c'est là, Annette?
D'ici, dit Albert René fait les terres. Pas qu'on est.
On a quelques documents quand il n'y a pas été.
L'écriture a boité.
Est-ce qu'on a aucun document quand il n'y a pas été comment tu t'es?
Pas vraiment. Mais l'équipe supposée venir là, il pas nous les. Après ça, moi qui suis venir, il y en a 10 mois. Ici, il y en a un mois. Odette, Sabrina Marchen, les plaisirs encore qui moi.
Lequel c'est l'autre? Sabrina.
Oui.
Sabrina quoi?
Sorry?
Son nom, Sabrina
Martienne.
Marchen.
Mancienne.
Tout le monde qui a bien fait, je ne sais pas qu'on a parlé venir.
I mean, the will puts you and your sister as joint executors.
That will is a bit debatable.
Is it?
Why is that?
Apparently, my mother had no rights to make a will. It was my father's land. I don't know. Sort it out when we get to it.
Your parents must have been married before 1948.
Pardon?
Your parents were married before 1948.
Yeah, must have been. Yeah. Mon premier frère, il y en a 85.
Ça veut dire que tu es marié en communauté de biens.
Oui. Il y en a deux à faire, oui.
Ça veut dire, maman, tu en as la moitié.
Oui. Seulement, mon nom a été à oui, le register de mettre void là. Il y a une void, mais pas qu'on a bonne affaire. C'est autres cas à find out pour moi.
When did your mother die?
She died 1997.
Were the two parcels T789 and T788 owned by your father, were they? The two parcels of land.
Must have been.
On comprend que Madame Ndiou?
Ils m'ont dit, mon frère, qu'il y en a tout bon document, les quintités, tout avant là.
Okay, so they only acquired parcel
Yeah, not the whole land,
T788.
only where you can build houses
Uh-huh,
and stuff,
uh-huh.
you know.
So they took T788.
What I found strange, there's nowhere else that I know at Asforba, Bougainville, Las Royales, Takamaka. I don't know any other place that's been acquired, just our little piece. Côte Pig, il y en a un à terre, côte Madame Robert Misson, un à terre. Mon tonton balisé que nous n'a pas pitié. Nous, il y en a 10, nous. On connaît Côte Pig, le sponsor pour l'école, avec bureau, bon. Seulement pas de gars acquired.
When it was acquired, what compensation did you get?
250,000. I offered 80,000 at first. I wasn't here at that time. And then they offered 125. I was here, and we went to see Pat Lablas. And he's saying, "You're not getting any more. No way. No, it's not worth it. Blah, blah, blah." And then about a month after that, they offered 250. And everybody's saying, "Oh." I'm saying, "No, I'm not signing nothing." And in the end, I say, "Sign it, don't sign it. That's all you're going to get." So that was it.
When the when the new constitution came in, did you make an application under the provisions of the new constitution?
My sister was in charge of all that. She was the executor. And she had all these papers, and she only gave me a couple of bits and pieces, that's all.
Did you get any additional compensation?
Not that I know of.
because you would have been entitled.
All I
right?
know is that
Yeah.
250,000
Right.
and 50,000 went to my brother because he had his house there and I took it over. And we all got 20,000 each. And now there's loads of villas and all this, Captain Villas on it and lots of houses.
They subdivided it and sold it to SHDC to build houses for people.
No. And even at the end, we had the right of way to, further up to go to the rest of the land. And the Housing Commission built a house right in the middle of it. Commission, le gouvernement,
Oh,
le fait la case doit le right of way. This malice, ça. À cause moi, tu peux faire un ban désordre, ban rafale, UO, SMP, tout là. This malice. Zera wa roli ti en besoin. Sorry. Nous t'allons aller, moi, l'État de tu peux faire ça la case là. Nous t'allons aller, le cachet, la case est finie faire, qui nous t'allons aller. Il dit moi comment il y avait une losa, il y avait une gaieté. Nous n'espérons là il vient la main vide, ni un bol pen, et qu'il n'a pas ni non, il y a juste la main vide. Là il vient gaieté, il dit ah oui mon roi ça la case de l'autre autres right of way. Mais là où qui m'a y a pour arriver où la terre par là où pour prendre un hélicoptère. Mon a rasé, mon commence agressif avec lui, il prend ses mains, il allait dire ah faut des cool. Quand même, vous pouvez mettre nous en cours, vous perdez, attorney general de nos côtés. Oui, dis-moi, devant Véronique Servina et défunt Ken Desaubin. Son frère Véronique, le tient a issues aussi avec lui. Mon petit frère Ronnie Govindan, l'équité est dit avant l'État. Mon neveu, Robert, tu peux travailler avec lui. Mon petit Jesus, tu dis Ronnie. Ronnie habite de la cour aussi, son madame, cousine, mon madame. Et tu dis, moi, emmène en cour. Moi, pas de bother à cause. On n'a pas d'état pour toi là. Pas tout le monde, mon gars, victimisé.
mais c'est pour qui ça la case? Qui t'y fait le ça?
Pardon?
C'est pour qui ça la case? Qui t'y peut faire dans, qui t'y fait les autres right of way?
Ah,
là,
pour bonne famille qui désastre de là-bas, bonne bara. Claudette.
So, was there in 1996 or 1997, did the heirs receive parcel T893 as compensation?
Oh, that was a bit where they gave it back to us. The end bit. Could man la vie, tu restes, oui. Mon papa, tu donnes la vie, hein, bon, tu dis, ok, tu n'as pas l'endroit de rester, tu n'as pas tapé, tu dis, ok, fais la case là. À la case, tu peux lire. Tu fais les cases sur la case à la avec. Je ne connais pas ce gouvernement, c'est mon frère, je ne connais pas. L'information est cachée entre les autres. À cause du Tidom Militia, mon frère.
De quel temps?
En network.
Ah, ok.
Il y a un flower box là. Les petits terres, toi, avant l'État, Albert René fait les petits terres. Pour quelle raison, par contre, hein?
À cause du dans militia.
Après, moi, pas qu'on aucun endroit à côté. Il gagne acquired. Dans la raison. Takamaka, Lansoyal, Bouquerville. Moi, pas qu'on ait l'autre endroit. Nous, la terre n'a pas ni 10 sapins pour between 10 nous. N'a pas 10 sapins. C'est forcé 6-7 sapins en tout.
Mais ça bout qui s'y rend.
Ça bout que d'autres ne pas, li en bas au bord chemin, li. Pour Captain Villa, il était là.
Au bord lance.
Ouais, le cas envoyé aussi tombe dans l'eau salée.
Ok. Encore, on écoute.
Envoyé que la main, bon envoyé pour tomber dans l'eau salée. Il faut couper ses mains pour tomber.
Again, yes.
Yeah, I think the only way we're really going to work out what happened is call Mr. Patrick LeBlash, who can tell us. But
Yeah, he's got a lot to hide.
Yeah, he can tell us. So, who was someone living on the property when they acquired it?
Yes, there was, like I said, Lavi, Papa, my dad gave him a bit because he had loads of kids and he had nowhere to stay. So my dad gave him a bit and he built his own house. It was his own house. And he stayed there till the government threw him off so they can acquire the land. And there was the Barras. They've been there for a while. And then further down, there was another house which I built in 73 for this other guy who my dad gave him that bit as well. And then there was my brother's house. He went back to Australia with his kids and that, and he rented it out to some people, Wawo, Bouquerville, few people, not much.
Lesquels qui sont restés à la case qui ont fait sortir?
La vie.
Pardon?
Lesquels ça dit moun qui sont dans la case qui ont fait casser à la avec?
Qui vous dit, on a une quantité petite.
Soz, Alfred Lavin,
La vie.
oui.
Ok. Il y a quoi là, lui?
Non, il est mort. So, madame, il y a quoi là? Pas Wackler, non. Maman, il y a quoi là? Philippe, tout maman, il y a quoi là? Non, particulièrement même. Là, moi, tu venu, moi, tu m'en pas fait aussi. Mon maman, tu donnes un bout de bol là, mais quand mon père restait là, comme il est là, c'est tout, nous, c'est l'endroit là, on n'a pas l'endroit de faire la case encore. Nous avons bloqué partout. Mon maman, tu donnes moi, moi, tu as le planning, moi, tu as approval, moi, tu fais mon planning, mon plan la case, toutes les choses, tu parais, tout là, bla bla bla. Après, un petit moment, les autres entendent, mon père fait la case, autres taillé, dollar nesta. Tu taillé quand seulement revoke. Après, ça fait tout manière pour moi, mon fini commence. Chose, on dit, ben là, comment pour faire, ok? On va pour chose, tu as un petit lacade, et tu fais ça, pour technique, longtemps. Là, moi, tu finis, moi, tu fais un petit lacade, moi, avec un autre bout, nous, tu fais un petit lacade maisonnaille, mais toi, l'état, la case maisonnaille, tu es là, moi, tu tournes à 90, et tu pourri, cassé, depuis 1973, jusqu'en 90, nous tu cassé, tu ressaisis son plateforme à terre. L'état de l'or, ben là, tu révoques moi. Moi, tu n'as pas l'autre soir. Moi, tu remontes le high stick, un petit ghetto qui est encore là, moi, j'étais là, comme il est là. Un petit ghetto en tôle avec Sierra-board.
So, did somebody challenge you building for the minister to intervene and revoke? Did somebody challenge, did another person challenge the building, your building of your house?
Yeah.
Was it another Seychellois person challenged it to Mr. Onesta, or how did Mr. Onesta seize
Well,
it?
from
and-
I understand, the person who sent me the revocation letter was Monica Zilliet. And she came to my place one day, and she didn't know where it was, and she said, "Oh, that's a nice little ghetto." I said, yeah. I said, I had planning permission, and then they revoked me, and she said, "Oh, it was me, I signed the paper." And she told me who came to do all that. It was my sister, the one who, Annette Watts.
Annette, okay.
Uh-huh.
So she
So-
had a
I
problem
told
with all
her
of you.
about 3 months ago. I had a couple of drinks and I told her. And she didn't say nothing. The next morning she said, "Oh, you was drunk last night and you saw me at me and all that." I said, "No, I didn't." I told you the truth.
So she is back here
She
now.
denied it, and then she said, I might have, I could have done it, but I'm not sure.
Was she a SPPF supporter?
Yes, she was in the militia.
Uh-huh, she was in the militia. So she knew
She
Mr.
went to
Onesta.
Alvarena's funeral.
Why didn't she want you to build your house? You don't know.
They probably
No.
want that spot.
They want
Or
that spot.
They all want that spot.
Right. But the spot belongs to you or the heirs?
The heirs.
The heirs.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I've been there for 30 odd years.
Right. So prescription, right, Michael? He has a right now, legal right. Contested
Yes.
occupation
What-
for
yeah,
30
once-
years.
Once you've built something on
As an heir, it's complicated, is it? Mm.
He would have certain priorities.
I think Mr. Leblache will be able to tell us the truth about what's happened. We do have the files here. We haven't been through them all, but they don't give that much, except for Judge Allier appointed your sister as
Yeah.
executor.
Yeah.
And that was upon her application, or through her lawyer. She applied for it.
Yeah, but I can't understand why they appointed her executor, because there was no problem with the land, you know. We had some people there paying their rents to the neighbour next door
She
on our
says,
behalf.
she says in her application, the applicant who has the consent of the other heirs, she says that you consented to her being appointed as the executor.
No,
That's
nobody,
what she says.
You didn't know.
no one in the family appointed her, none.
Well, she says, but there's no proof here, right? Except for her. Oh, hang on a minute. There is a document,
Should be a letter signed by everybody.
affidavit. There's a document signed by Sabrina Robert, apparently you and Emmanuel Robert, who calls himself Harry. Harry Emmanuel Robert.
Harry?
Yeah.
That's my eldest
Yeah.
brother.
Gives consent to her being appointed as executor of the estate. Of the bank account. This is of the bank account, right?
Ah.
Of the savings account.
Not the estate.
I think
Yeah.
that was for that 250,000.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's just for the
yeah.
bank account. That's right. But then,
To get Mama's bank account, yeah,
Yeah.
because she died suddenly, you know.
yes, it was just for the bank account. When that was, when the house was, sorry, the property was being acquired, was there any attempt to buy the property before the acquisition?
To buy it.
Yeah, to buy it. Did the government try to negotiate to buy it before they acquired it?
No, they just went whoop. John's dead, he can't, you know.
But what would have been your sister's motivation to to pass herself off as the executor and then to agree to the land being taken. Qu'est-ce qu'ils sont?
Well, I have
Qui est
some
sur les faits?
few ideas, but I know she wanted to build opposite the road where Captain Villa is. She wanted to plant there for flowers for the, obviously
business.
she wanted to be a florist. So she wanted to plant flowers and get business going. And my mom said, no, no, no. Once you're on there for a certain amount of time, you're going to claim it. And there's 10 of you. I can't just give you the land to, you know, probably that, I don't know. You won't give it, I'll take it.
Après qu'il gagne après été comme exécuteur, est-ce qu'il ne servit aucune portion de la terre pour son propre intérêt?
Annette.
Paddy?
S'il ne
S'il
servi, par
servit.
exemple, s'il plante fleurs, par exemple, il dit, tiens, envie de faire...
Non, il patine pas. Non, il est glacé.
Ok.
Il patine salé, il est resté glacé.
Oh.
Mais par contre, il m'a gagné la terre glacée après. Hein? Enfin, mon cas, à cause d'un peu quelque chose, seulement mon parti tous les sorties. À cause.
Moi, je vais d'enfermer là. Où
Ok,
le public va
ok.
pas entendre.
Ok. Les temps multipartis, qui commençaient après l'élection, nous t'en perdu, obviously. Tu viens de banque, il dit conseiller. Des gens qui viennent tous les semaines de passer. Ah, tout quelque chose est correct, tout quelque chose est correct, oui, tout quelque chose est correct. Moi, dit non, parce que moi, dit que moi, on est tout on n'a pas pitié, nous, on a 10, nous, l'autre, nous, la terre, on a 10, nous, blablabla. Tous les semaines, moi, dans les autres, ça. Est-ce qu'on les autres fatigués, dit, Takamakati, on appelle Michel Jean-Louis. Michel Jean-Louis. Un jour, il colle, moi, il dit, Guito, moi, dit oui. Il dit, Michel Jean-Louis, c'est mon gars, la formation, parce que tous les semaines, mon père vous dit, fait que. Et il dit, mon gars, la formation, tu en as un arrangement avec le gouvernement et qu'un héritier qui est ici. Après, on m'a dit, que les héritiers, au lieu de parler au gouvernement, c'est pas, on fait que tout est en pitié, il peut gueuler, il encore peut gueuler. Moi, dit, ah, Madame Watts, il dit, moi, oui, il y en a l'arrangement qui est le gouvernement qui fait, mais il pas dit, moi. Après, on a dit, tout bonne famille, oui, on est, il fait l'arrangement avec le gouvernement, comme ça, nous perdons la terre, blablabla. Passe 2 semaines, Michel Jean-Louis te dit, Takamaka, il gagne poussé dans l'ouvrage, il te gagne mettre Children's Playground en ville. Vas-y, nous sortons de Children's Playground.
Your sister was using her connections with the party
Yeah.
to get advantages and take away
Yeah,
the legal
yeah,
rights of
yeah.
the other heirs.
Après, il y a l'autre instance où mon petit gars a un problème avec Sabou, qui a un Captain Villa, Patrick Larry. Et tout mon cousin, lui aussi, mon cousin. Nous avons un problème sur Delo. Delo, cut the story short, et tu coupes nous raccorder Delo. Il pas te couper, il met un chose là. Les mamans, tu morts. De l'autre, pour nous, il met un chose, de l'autre, il passe dans la rue, il passe à basser, mais il vient contre moi, bon, mais il met un valve là, tout le temps, nous payons bien, il vient, il fait un de l'eau. Anyway, tu as un problème, ça fait, scolaire, la fait, tu mets moi en cours, nous avons le probation, là-bas probation, blablabla. Li allait étudier examen chez probation, même chez Bibi. Et étudier avec lui, dit comme ça, là, il chaste la terre avec mon frère. Mon guide, lui, m'a dit, qui m'a dit, on a acheté la terre avec mon frère? Oh, madame, il tape, il a la table, comme ça, le guide, comme à Gaulier, mon dit, le gouvernement, pas supposé quoi, nous la terre, qui m'a dit, on a acheté la terre avec mon frère. Après ça, la fête finie là, même nous sortis. Après, moi, je tourne, je vois M. Bibi, je dis, M. Bibi, il n'y a pas de fait dire là, je quand même un membre de famille ou qui a répété qu'il y a une fait dire. Il dit, moi, non, il n'est pas capable, seulement si y a des affaires qui sont en cours, ou bien pareil, là, il va répéter.
So why were you put on probation? Did you punch him or something? that
No,
what he
no,
said?
they
No?
create all these lies. I came back from fishing and I was, the water, there was no water and I had to go right up to the hill there and I looked, no, nothing broken, everything's all right. And when I came back, the water was on. I said, what the hell? Then I knew that they had this valve, they put this valve on. So they watch when we're going to, they not just come back from fishing, so they turn the water off. The malice.
Il a envoyé un coup de probation.
Ah, je dis comme ça, une bonne histoire. C'est vrai, mon tu connais un valve là, de un gros lycée, maman lycée. Mon vini, mon a rasé, on sorti la piste, comme si. Mon connais une femme de l'eau, mon prend un bâton de Saint-Marius. On connaît un gros lycée là. Moi, allez, mon vini, mon verre de l'eau, après, mon tourné, mon dit, faut encore telle chose autre maman. C'est tout le monde dit, les autres, les autres disent comme ça, mon taille avec sa madame, et tu as un petit petit dans les bois. Mon taille avec les bâtons ferraille, toi là, mon tu as un bâton, moi, mati. Et nous, il y a le probation là-bas. Mon petit oui, mon question.
Probation, c'était pour mettre la paix entre eux deux.
Oui.
It was to try and bring peace between them.
Mais, quand il écrit, c'est tout à fait. Mon petit oui, mon question.
And maybe
Qu'il
we
faut
take
que
Watts.
tu Patrick Larry demandé qui t'a acheté la terre.
Mais Madame Watts, la Annette Watts, est encore là.
Oui, Larry.
Il reste ici.
Oui, glacé.
Nous avons appelé.
Oui, appelle-lui, mais on va connaître ce qu'il dit. Il va mon tant pis là. I don't care anymore.
Non, qui m'a hier, qui ça la terre, qui dit la terre héritière, une gagne pas.
Oui, n'a pas un autre endroit qui gagne à croire. Comment il y a la liste pour nous qui gagne à croire. À cause de M. Jean-Louis, il a dit l'arrangement, il fait l'arrangement avec le gouvernement. Et à cause de tu gagnes poussé, sorti de et Takamaka, gagne mettre dans Children's Playground. Lui aussi, il est victimisé. C'est comme Michel Jean-Louis.
Et comme il y a un taxi driver, comme il a.
Michel
Michel Jean, comme il y a un taxi driver, on connaît bien.
Hein?
Oui, oui.
Il doit être taxi.
Oh yes, je connais très bien.
Takamaka?
Oui, Michel Jean, lui, je connais.
Mais c'est demandé. C'est cause
Un taxi driver.
que tu ne pas voulu dire, c'est
Il a pas
demandé.
fait le gouvernement local longtemps, il passe là, finalement, il a dans le taxi.
Il n'est pas trop bien que moi, quand mon petit brûle, on sape devant lui. On sape le cœur dans le cœur. Ça peut tu peux passer dans le pick-up et pour rien d'autre. Ça peut te sortir dans la tête. I happen to be there. Moi, c'est mon brûle. Ni on va dans le pick-up, pas débarquer. L'infini, ouh. Ça tient, talent n'est pas assez. Oui, quand tu fais une élection, des clés pour les gars dire. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we will start with Mr. LeBlash because I think he can give us a clear picture. But if we probably get more information from these files, and then we will contact the other people. I mean, can I just ask what sort of outcome were you looking in your case?
Well, we want some land back, the land I've taken. Because everyone comes back, I've got 5 daughters, 9 grandchildren. There's no place to stay. And I got
And the land has not been developed
no.
more than it has
They've
been
blocked
before.
our land. We got no right of way to continue
okay.
the land.
So it hasn't been developed except for those houses that SDC built.
No exit to
SHDC.
go up there now. It's blocked.
It's
And we went
blocked.
to see this guy on the other side, not on the Warbear side, the Dizelbear side. They built a right of way to go up there, and then he said to me, he said, well, you know, you can use that right of way, but you know, he built his own road, so he wants compensation. So we went to see Paul Ernesta. He was MNA for Takamaka, and his son, l'affaire. They met well, come see this guy in 2 weeks, and we went there, sat there for about 2 hours. Nothing happened, so we gave up.
So the land is not accessible. Is that what you're saying?
No,
There's no access to it.
no, can't get to it. It's blocked.
Right. Okay, it's blocked. But is it blocked by how's it blocked by houses? or
Houses. yeah.
blocked by houses. So there'd
Houses,
need
yeah.
to be a new road somehow built.
There is a way, I think, but you have to compensate the guy who built the road. You know, maybe we can use it and continue.
I mean, maybe the guy sell the road to the government, do you think? So it becomes a public road?
I don't think, no, he
No.
wouldn't want everyone going up there.
Right,
no.
okay. So just he'd give a right of way to those people
To
that
us,
needed
he
to
would,
access
yeah.
the properties.
Yeah.
What is your parcel number for the plot that's blocked?
Where they took it, on pas le corner. Un papier, moi, c'est mon pas.
I think this is because those houses encroached on original rights of way that were there that hadn't been registered.
Yeah, they built on
So
it.
that their buildings encroached on what should have been a right of way.
Yeah,
The
it's
people
not
that built
just
the
that
houses.
house that they built on our
Yeah.
right of way. There's another house and they extend a bit on it as well. I done an extension and that's on it as well.
This is the property of this one here. It's the property of Gérald Maudon,
Gérald Mondon.
the heirs of Gérald Maudon. This one.
Gérald Mondon. Yeah, that was our land as well. That's another story.
Which one is
That was
yours?
taken many years ago.
Is this one yours or this one here? Is it parcel?
On peut voir là.
Des lunettes. Michael, which parcel? Which number?
Is it parcel number 2782 or 2656?
Un tour beaucoup.
I don't see 788.
Mon besoin de lunettes.
Yeah. It's subdivided since.
Un bout de papier, un vieux bout de papier là.
There are some very weird subdivisions. Little strips.
This is where I try to make me break my ghetto down when I built it. Enforcement notice. I have to pay 10,000 rupees. I went to see the old man Varabji. I don't know if he's still around. And he said, just ignore him, which I did. Nothing happened.
Is your house on T789 or?
Il boit la mer, lui.
Bolamer, ça même ça, Bolamer.
Boit la mer, moi, quoi, même la case qui. Moi, par contre, comme là, il y en a un, deux, trois, la case boit la mer.
Ou encore rester là-bas ou?
Oui, moi, boit la mer, moi. On n'a pas le temps de pour aller. Moi, mon madame, mon fils, et qu'on des petits enfants. C'est ça qui est ici. Le récit l'Angleterre.
Yeah.
Par contre, avant.
Yes.
These are all the fan-like bits. Yeah.
This is compulsory acquisition of parcel T788. Signed by none other than Mali, Miss Melly.
Well, she signed all these acquisitions.
Yeah,
right?
yes, I heard.
Claude Robert, ou frère?
Sorry?
Claude Robert,
Oui, balisek nous li.
ou frère?
Non, mon cousin.
Ah, ok.
Et c'est la terre à la sloba. Quand ban mode était aussi là, tu nous la terre, gay pour un toi là. Ça pas le gouvernement qui te prend un mode, qui te prend.
The request
For
to
the
the
45th
Ministry of
time.
Finance. To the,
Michel Jean-Louis a encore tout seulement cette fois, il passe cause avec moi.
On ouvre son chapeau.
Seulement, tu as poussé, tu as mis Children's Playground à cause de tu donnes à l'information. Avec une gars victimisé, lui aussi, ouais.
so we will speak to him. I think and we'll speak to Mr. Leblash and see if we can work out. We should tell you that the government now has a much more lenient approach to claims for land. So they are much more generous than they were when this commission started its work. And when the president was here, he said acquired land that had not been developed, I think, would just be returned to people,
Yes.
or those bits that could be. And that we believe that they may be expanding on that, not just acquired land, but also land acquired under duress. So if the land has not been developed, there is hope of the land being returned.
Yeah. Even if we get it elsewhere, you know, as long as we get land back, Because what are you going to do with money? Spend it?
right? On trying to buy some land. We will do our best. We'll get we'll look at Mr. Leblash. We already have him scheduled, whether we can fit him in to give evidence on this case. Would you like your case to be heard in closed session?
Yes.
You don't want to upset your sister, right? Might not be good. So we will keep it, everything will be in closed session. But when we hear from Mr. Leblash or any witness, you are always welcome to listen to that evidence in the back room, and otherwise we can give you the recording. So that
Yes,
you
I
can
would
see
like
it.
that,
Yeah,
especially with
Yeah.
my sister.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So for now, any more questions? No. Okay. So thank you very much,
Yes.
Mr. Robert. We have no further questions. Is there anything you would like to add?
No. Okay.
So, all right. Thank you very
Thank
much for
you.
appearing today. We
Thank
will
you.
adjourn and return.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will adjourn and we will return at 11 o'clock again in closed session.
All rise.
Proceed. Can you please call the hearing number for the record?
This is Commission hearing number 199 of Tuesday, 14 September 2021. In case 352 Gito Robert, case 377 Tatiana Bossi, and case 349 Joy and John Ferguson.
Thank you. Can you please call the witness?
Tatiana Bossi.
Moi, Tatiana Bossi, fais serment qu'il est dans son pied donné, et la vérité, toute la vérité, rien que la vérité. Qui bon Dieu aide moi.
Thank you, Mrs. Bossi. We are in closed session today, so none of your evidence will be broadcast to the public. Thank you for coming today. While it's not broadcast under our Act, we have to keep a record of it, so it will be recorded but not publicly disclosed. So you are the complainant in this Act, and the Commission would like you to set out your complaint. Please take your time, and if you need to adjourn at any time, let us know, and we're happy to accommodate you. Thank you for coming again, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Chair. Good morning, committee. Thank you for giving me the privilege to come and share my ordeal I went through. Well, a little bit about myself. Married for 44 years to Yves Louis-Fabien Bossi. We had 5 sons. And 5 years ago, he passed away. And my profession was a teacher. And then I quit the job. And 13 years back, I was ordained as a deacon in the Anglican Diocese, which I'm still
They allowed ladies to be ordained.
13 years, yeah, ordained, yeah, as a deacon. So to start with, my husband, to truly said, he was a supporter of the Democratic Party and has always been. there was a time when Mr. Green and Seychelles knows well, when there was still that club, Seychelles Club, and he was a member there, and every now and then, he likes to socialize. Every now and then when they met, in contact with Mr. Albert René, I would say they had that sort of prise de bouche regarding politics. Yves, my late husband, was a mechanic by profession, but his passion was cooking and fishing. We own a garage and petrol station at Plaisance. And he himself, at a young age, he left Seychelles and he went to Kenya. This time we had not met, but that's his story, that it was his life. And after there was a sort of problem in Kenya, riot, he moved to Zimbabwe, that was then Rhodesia, and later he went to Australia and back to Seychelles due to a bad accident which left him sort of paralyzed. It was when he got better and slowly started to work that he bought this piece of land from the Chenaz family at Plaisance and started his garage. And later, he added a petrol station to it. Okay, or I'm going too fast.
So far, it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly was the petrol station? I sort of vaguely remember there was a petrol station at Plaisance.
Yeah,
Is it just before the school?
opposite the Mason's dwelling.
Ah,
Yeah,
yes. Okay,
yeah.
yes. Near to where you lived, Michael. Near to where you lived. Not far from where you lived. Yes. Okay, I remember.
Okay. So when we got married in 1974, he already had his petrol station and garage, and we ran it together. I would say he was a kind-hearted man, always helping the needy as best as he could. Sometimes even getting out of his way. We used to live at Mangles, Beauvallon, on Yves' parents' property, the Bossy property. But we were robbed so much at our garage, too much and too often, that we decided to add a little room to the garage, and we stayed over the week there, and during the weekend we moved to Mangles at our residence with our children.
You mean people would break into the
Yeah.
into the garage and
Mhm,
steal?
and steal.
Oh, no.
Then came the dreadful night. We were sleeping at our garage, and at a very early hour, we heard someone calling out, "Eve, Eve." Then we recognized it was our neighbor's voice. And he told us that has been a coup. Yes, I had read about coup before. And he had even advised us, if we hear any commotion, not to get out, because the country has been overthrown. And we did not want to believe. So we asked him, "Where did you get the news? Is it true?" He said, yes. He got a call from his brother, who's also a police officer. And truly, we were in shock, not knowing what could happen. And not long after that, we heard a persistent knocking on the office door. So my cousin, who was staying with me because he was I think he used to work for the Mahi Construction, and he was staying with us. His name is Terry Adlin. So he went out to see what was the knock on the door. And it took time to come back, so I went to see what was happening, why he was not coming back. And to my surprise, the door was open because Terry opened the door to see. When he opened, he had seen what was going on. So I saw a guy in an animal mask and in guerrilla clothing. And he was standing straight in front of the door. And I asked him, no, when I looked outside, it was light everywhere. I looked outside, I saw Terry serving a car, and they were, I think, going to transport behind, serving petrol, fuel. So I asked the guy, what is happening? And he told me to shut up. Yeah.
I had a gun.
Yeah. He was armed, and he told me to shut up and do what we are asked. And he put me at gunpoint. So my cousin, he kept refueling the transport, and there was no money paid. No money came in. The fuel was given free. And this kept on during the day. They stopped, we had to refuel them, and freely, because we were scared, and they did not even pay us, so we had to do it. And I remember where we had just been refilled the fuel tanks. So that's how it went. Around 2:30 to 3 p.m., a transport with 2 guys came again. Apart, they were not asking for fuel, but that guy came out and asked for brake fluid. Yeah. Unfortunately, there was none left. We had run out of stock. When my husband told him there's non-brake fluid, he did not want to believe it, and he insisted that we give him the brake fluid. So he threatened my husband and told him, "You have to look for brake fluid, we need it." So he put him at gunpoint, put the gun behind his back, and he said, "Go back in the garage," because he was running a garage too, and he went with him. And Eve, his name was Eve, Eve had to drain brake fluid from other transport and give it to him. So when he got it, he fired arms in the air and he said, and he threatened us and said, "Tonight we are coming for you." Truly, we were so scared. And at that time, I was 3 months pregnant. And we kept running the garage, and things were not going so well. We were scared. And finally, we rented out the petrol station and the garage.
Threatened on other occasions, or they didn't keep coming back for free
No.
petrol or anything?
No, but still we were scared.
You were worried. Mm.
Yeah.
So it was what, about a year or so after the coup, or a few months that you rented it out?
About a year. Yeah. But we continued to stay in Mahé, and we stayed at Margles. And my husband went back to his passion, fishing, laying out his fish traps, and because practically we lived mostly on the beach. My baby was born in December, the same year. After 6 days, he started to show signs that he was not well. He was a boy. And by the 8th day, he started to pass blood in the stool. So I took him to the hospital. The doctors run out tests, x-rays, and the 11th day, they operated on him. He had a big surgery. The prognosis was 50-50 survival. I didn't want to sign for the consentment, but my husband did. After the surgery, the surgeons, Dr. Elias and Dr. Nichols, showed us and explained, showed us what he took out, what was the problem in the stomach. And it was a big lump of meat that his intestine has entwined in it. So he explained to us that this could have caused due to a trauma or a shock, and then we explained it what happened. So he told us he had to remove 10 inches of his small intestine. And his survival within the 24 to 48 hours again was 50-50. But he survived 1 month. And passed away on the 9th of January. We were devastated to see how much the baby had to go through. And after some time, we moved to Pralin, from where I came. And it was like this. Pralin, Mahi were to and fro. It was in December, after the mercenary attack. We had gone with the boys to Pralin for the Christmas holiday. And that day, Eve was doing some gardening in front of the house. And I was cooking when one of my sons, was still very young, came running, telling me that the policeman has taken Papa away. And when I went in front of the house, it's true. Eve was not there, and he had been taken away. So I went straight to the police station and queried what was happening. Constance. Eve was still sitting there in the main entrance of the police station, and I asked what was happening, and there was no answer. I asked the policeman, "What's the problem? Why did you arrest him?" And he told me, "You'll know later," which I never knew why. Until Eve came out of the prison. All they told me and asked to bring his clothes because tomorrow morning he will be going to Mahe for questioning.
Were there other people together with him, with Eve, who had also been arrested?
Yeah.
There was a group.
I don't know if, yeah, there were some Pralinois too who went on the same boat, but I think,
You remember who they were?
I can't remember who they were, but I know there were other guys on together with him. So I brought his clothes together with his Bible because he was a man of God, but they refused to accept the Bible. But since he was arrested, there was no contact, no news. You just said gossips, thing is just to traumatize you. You hear this and that and this and that.
You mean you didn't go over, you didn't come up over to Mahe with him?
I went.
Okay. But you,
I went once, I went twice. No. Before I went on my own accord, I got a call asking me to bring some toiletries and some more clothes. So I went.
that was like a few days later.
No, it was about 2 weeks after.
And during
No,
those 2 weeks you had...
around 8 days after.
Okay. And during those 8 days you had no idea where he was?
No.
No contact from
No.
anyone?
I called the main police station in Mahe, and they said, no, we don't know anything. So I brought what was asked for. And the second time again, I was asked again to bring toiletries, to bring clothing again. It was the 23rd of December.
Who called you? Police station?
No. From,
UVC?
how do you call it that? Prison over there?
Prison, Unionville?
Unionville, yes. Prison from Unionville. They don't say who's talking. They say that's from Unionville. You are asked to bring this and that. But there was a big problem. At that time, we did not have a joint account. So I could not draw any money from his account at Barclays. And we had to go on. So I took Barclays advised me to get a signed document from him so that I could withdraw money. So I took a document with me on the 23rd of December, along with the things they asked, and they refused that he signed the document.
You mean they would not let you see him
No,
to get him to sign the document? Yeah. But who do you see when you go there? Soldiers? Guards?
so there was a sort of a little shed, and soldiers were there. But that day, one of the soldiers was so rude. He threatened me. That was the second time I was put at gunpoint again. There was a friend who went with me, and she got so scared because I stood up to that guy. I was not even scared. She ran away and told me, I can't, I'm so scared. I'll wait for you by the roadside over there. So I had a friend in Mahe, a lady friend, who knew us years back. And she gave me, I remember so well, she gave me 300 rupees. And he said, you buy a little gift for the boys. And each time, these people could have made my son a criminal too. I always remember this, because each time I cried, my second son asked me, Mama, tell me who makes you cry. Because one day I will join the army and I will kill him myself.
How old was your son then?
He was around 8. And to say truly, my fourth son, I didn't know then. One day he told me, he said, did you know that I applied to join the army and they refused me? And I asked him, what was your purpose? He said, no. I just wanted to join the army. I said, was there revenge in your heart? He said, don't ask me. It's finished, it's gone, they rejected me. And during that time when he was arrested and up there in Unionville prison. Again, I was again pregnant 6 months. And it was after New Year, some days after New Year. I got a contact from someone that I could contact over there at Unionville, and I called, and again I explained my case, that we were penniless. And I need Eve to sign a document so that we could have some money. So, during the day, they called back and he said, okay, you'll be granted a permission, and I went. And I went, and they took me to a little room where, like a little office, where he was. And he signed. And he looked so sick, thin, and shabby. About 2 or 3 weeks after that visit, I got a call from, he told me he's Mr. Marengo. I can't remember his name, but they used to call him Tinal. He was McDonald, yeah. Yeah. So I got a call from him, and he told me to report to the Victoria Hospital and bring along the youngest son, Richard.
You were still living on Pralin,
Yeah, I was on Pralin.
so you had to come down.
Yeah. So, the next day, I went to Mahe, to the hospital. Dauphin, yeah. Dauphin Hospital, Dauphin Ward. And it was a terrible scene. There was a soldier guarding the door. And in that room, there was Eve and another fellow, Mr. Baralo. I think that they were the ones, the Baralo, who used to have Rocco. Yeah? Used to live there at Montfleury. And Richard, the youngest son, I was holding him in my arms. And he cried and yelled so much. Told me, yelling and yelling, I'm scared, scared of Bonhomme. He did not even recognize his father. Even the other guy, Mr. Baralo, cried he felt pity. The soldier told me, Madam, take this boy out. He will be traumatized. And that day, we all cried. The next day, he told me that he was going for a surgery. And after some time, I think 2 weeks after the surgery, he was released. He was released from Unionville, but he had to report to the main central police station again for investigation.
Every day? He had to report
No, when he went to Praslin, he had to report every day.
to the police station.
Yeah, but in Mahé, before he could go to Praslin, he had to go there so that they investigated again. They investigated what I don't know what their investigation was. But it seems that all this time, even he was arrested, he never knew why. He was just put over there. After his surgery, when he was taken to the central police station, that was then that he asked, he said, why was I arrested? And they told him, because you help out to bring the mercenary here. And then we had witness and we had a complaint that you were going around Mahé floating a banner, long live democratic, and all sorts of lies.
Had he done anything like that? Had he gone around with a banner?
Never, but he was not mad to do something like that.
Did he have anything to do with the mercenary
Never.
attack or whatever?
And Eve told me, he asked him, what proof you have that I've brought mercenary here in Seychelles? He said, through your brother. He said, who? Eve's brother was a judge, Eric Bossi. And after the coup, I believe he was advised to get out of the country because when there were, since he was a judge, he was executing the law, and he was told, from what I heard, to go away, to be on the safe side, because they've heard that some of the people in the SPUP party said that they will make him pay for putting them in prison, and some things like that. So they used this ground and said that Eric has helped Eve, because Eric was living in South Africa, Durban, has helped Eve to bring in the mercenary here in Seychelles, which was a big lie.
Was Eric friends with any of those that were in South Africa, like Gerard Wawo and
No.
Andre Laporte? No.
But even after the coup, Eric came to Seychelles for holiday. They never arrested him. If he was accomplice, they should have arrested him, but they never did. It was purely malicious and gossip, that's all. After he was released and came back to Praslin, he told me all the ordeals he went through in that prison. The same night that he was brought from Praslin to Mahé to be questioned, but which never happened, he fell sick because he was a heart problem patient. He had some years back, he had a coronary thrombosis. He was always suffering with high blood pressure. And they took him to the hospital. The doctor advised that he must be hospitalized. They refused. And when they got to the prison again, they never gave him the medication that the doctor prescribed. They never gave it to him. Just to quote some of the bad treatment that he received over there in prison. They were always incarcerated in that cell, full of bed bugs, filthy. And when they requested that they need some fresh air, so they allowed that they go outside, and he was among. He brought them outside, asked them to lie on the grass at midday. This, make no mistake, at midday, the fresh air is at midday. Lie on the grass and count the rays in the sun. And regarding his belongings, his clothing, toiletries, he told me this was never given to him. Even the worst of the worst, for him to brush his teeth, a friend lent him his toothbrush. He was always in dirty clothes. That I saw myself when I visited him once. It was the day he fell sick that they took him, that he had a proper bath. They took him to a little spring, a little river flowing, and they asked him to bath there, and then he was given a clean set of clothing. He was given his toothbrush and whatever there was for him, and they took him to the hospital. When he was in prison, I was sort of lost. You know, you seek for friends, the friends that you knew. I remember so well, once I went to a friend whom I knew so well, and even knew Eve so well, and that person told me not to come again to my place, because they would think that we are compromising with you because your husband brought mercenary here. So we were like outcasts. Regarding the acquisition of our property and business at Plaisance Garage and
Madame,
Service
excusez,
Station,
un petit moment. Combien de temps il est resté dans Unionville?
mon coin around février que tu l'as gagné.
It was December to February.
It was in December. I can't remember so well, but I think it was in February after he fell sick.
Merci.
Okay? Yes. Regarding the acquisition of the property, of his property, one day he received a letter noting that his land has been earmarked. So he went to see the minister, I think, who was then Mr. Odul. And according to Eve, he was quite arrogant. And he even told him something like, I'll make you swallow a mackerel by the tail. They were having, argument because of that land. And they were very, very persistent. Even he pleaded, that was his sweat and blood. They still acquired the land. And not long after, the land was, I don't know if it was sold or if somebody leased it, but that's the same owner which has that construction on it.
The same owner of that shop?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Who constructed that shop on it. I don't know. Can't remember well the name of that guy. Monty, something like that. I don't record. I can't remember the name of the guy.
I mean, there's a form here that says Berard Monty, director of Fairmont Investment.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So he's got, this doesn't look very official, but it says term of 50 years, rent 10,000 per annum.
Was he the person who had been renting the garage?
No.
No?
No.
Monty dans construction, non?
I don't know the guy, frankly. When we rented the garage, we rented it to Mr. Petrus and later to Mr. Brassel, France Brassel. He was a garagist. And with Mr. Brassel, there was something a bit loose there. I think he took, he credited, which was not allowed. They credited him petroleum products, and he left a debt on the garage that Eve had to pay.
And then where did the Mr. Monty come from?
The Monty came in after they had acquired the land. That's, I think they leased the land to him.
You don't
That's
have
the reason that the land, I think, was earmarked for the guy.
So you leased to Petrus and then to Brassel.
Yeah.
And after
That was before it was acquired. Yeah.
When Brassel was there, then it was acquired.
Yeah.
Did we,
After the Brassel.
did we request the land file? Still awaiting. How
Sorry,
long has
madam?
it been waiting?
We don't have a copy of the acquisition letter, because later on when you write asking for back in 94 after the constitution change, etc., and you wanted to ask for your land back, they said you had agreed to sell. And so it wasn't taken under duress.
You know, so many documents were lost because we were back and from Marie-Pralin. And frankly, we never knew that this board would ever existed so that we could bring our our problems
He
here,
said
you
it
know.
wasn't a compulsory acquisition because Mr. Bossi had negotiated with them.
Never.
Is it?
That's the
Yeah,
argument.
their cover.
Yeah, the
But-
cover argument, yeah.
But we'll get the land file. But the other thing is there are cases where you were told, we're going to take it anyway. So if we acquire it, we'll give you half as much as we're going to offer you as if you sell it. So they did do these nefarious practices that force people. So it doesn't really matter to us whether they did it with an acquisition order. The fact of the matter is they took it and you had no choice. That's the main issue. And we know now that the government is now also taking that view. So even if they didn't use an acquisition order, they're still taking the view that you had no choice. So because of the work that we've done, they've now recognized these forced sale under duress is an acquisition. You had no choice.
Yes.
But we'll get the land file. Yeah.
It was a forced sale because, as I told the board, the commission there was a debt on the thing caused by one of the tenant. So they insisted, and finally, Eve had no other choice. I think they gave him a check of 75,000 rupees, which almost all went to the bank because he had to pay the bank. But the fight continued after some time and kept on and on. With each new minister, Eve again pleaded his case. I
And got
remember.
nowhere.
Sorry?
And got absolutely nowhere by the looks of it.
Yeah.
System, yes.
I remember even so well Mr. Belmont. He went to see Minister Belmont. And they argued, and then finally he came with an argument. I said, look, Minister, I'm not a fool. You have your beautiful car outside there, and if I tell you I'll give you 5,000 rupees, and I'm taking your key, your car key, and I'm taking your car, would you allow it? He said, no. I said, that's what you did to me. So once, it took quite a while, it was persistent again in his fighting to get compensation, but it never happened. One day, the ex-president, Mr. James Michel, came to our home in Prale. Because I think Eve went to him or wrote to him, something like that, and explained his situation. So he came himself to our place.
And was this near an election?
It was around,
Yes, yes.
Election time.
but not the last. No. So he came, and they talk, and finally, Eve received an envelope with a check of 200,000 rupees with a note inside. I remember well, on that letter, on that note, there was that word non grata.
Ça, check, qui la banque, ça?
Mon parent appelle, monsieur.
OK, merci.
He said 200,000.
Yeah, it was 200,000 rupees. Okay. But the victimization did not stop there. We had our share of land at Mangles. We wanted to construct a house there. The architect filed in the plan. It was rejected once, twice, and the reason it was a geographical site.
What does that mean? Geographical site.
Yeah.
But all sites are geographical, aren't they?
That was the main objection. But the land was sold, and the new owner could construct. We were not allowed. It continued. My son, second son, he was successful in his application, in his choice of post-secondary school for A-level studies. But in the end, he saw himself in the business studies class. How I knew it, Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims once asked me, how is Guillaume doing in his studies? I said, he's so unhappy. He doesn't want to stay there because that was not his choice. And Mr. Sims told me, but it was his first choice. He was qualified for him. His grades were very good. I told him, no, he's in business studies. And again, proof. In the class for A-level studies, there was a teacher there. For almost 2 months, with each attendance, he was calling out, Guillaume, where is he? Is he dead? He never turned in because they had given his place to another child, and he was put in the business studies, which he left school.
He didn't complete.
He did not complete. He stayed for only 1 term. He said, I don't like the studies. I don't like it. I wanted to be in A-level so that I could continue to be a captain. So.
And you didn't think to appeal? Because there was an
I
appeal
appealed.
process.
There was no. And we knew too, his place was given to the son of Mrs. Simon Testa. We knew.
Who told you that, Mr. Sims?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because that,
And he didn't complete either, Mr. Simon Testa.
I don't know what happened to him.
Testa's son.
I remember again one incident. We were living in Pralin. We were in Pralin. Our house was under construction, and we were living in a little hut on my auntie's property at Anscale en Pralin. That day, Eve was putting salt in. He had bought some cordonnier fish, and he was putting salt in the fish. And when I look up and I saw a delegation coming, and from a bit far, I could recognize Mr. France Albert René, Mr. David Thomas, and other guys, which I don't know their name, but these two I remember so well because I knew them.
They were walking or?
Yeah, they were walking towards us, and he was putting salt in the fish, and my mom too was standing there. And I told him, hey, Albert René is coming to visit you. And he thought I was joking, but they were walking towards us, and they kept, by the time he was arguing, is that a joke? It's a bad joke, and it's a bad joke. And Mr. Albert René was already behind him, and he had his back facing the road from where they were coming. And Mr. Albert René said, Eve, so it's there that you're hiding us. It's been quite a long time we are looking for you. It's true. And that was his exact word. And Eve answered, so now you see me. Here I am. So what? What do you have to do?
Après, qui n'est arrivé après ça?
Pardon?
Qui n'est arrivé après ça? Les jours causés, là, qui n'est arrivé?
But that was a visit because that land where we were staying and that land where they were coming to, it was for my auntie Nola Gimo, the mother of the Adeline sons.
That was then taken.
Yeah, they were coming to visit the property. But we did not know until she got the letter that the land has been acquired.
So you couldn't finish the building?
No, my house, our house was not on that property. No. It was on my mom's little piece of land. Where I'm staying until now.
Would you have any recollection as to whether Mrs. Nola Gimo wanted to sell her land?
No. No. She did not want to sell the land. Again, it's one of their cover-up thing. She got the letter that her land was being acquired. And they in and out. Eve was the one, I think that triggers lots of thing, because since we were in the family, Eve was again sort of agent, because what they requested and what they agreed that they would leave for my auntie and his sons was only where the house was. But Eve argued and fought that he had 5 children, so that if you want to acquire the land, you have to leave more land for the kids. Where would they go? And this really, trigger more things against Eve. And again, they forced on her, and she was not an intelligent person, I would say. I know her very well. She's my auntie. I grew up with her mostly. And I guess, if I'm not mistaken, they offered her 300 and something rupees. 380 something. I can't recall, but it was not much money. I guess it was around that. And they took the lot. So that's around all I wanted to share.
Saga, right, with a lot of twists and turns. But we do need to get that land file. So how long ago did we request it? Do you know? I couldn't find a letter. Yeah. So, I mean, now, so we asked for it on August the 3rd. And we still don't have it. Sort of strange. And did you get any response to this request? No, so
Did you go through the minister?
this was the 9th of September she sent. So we have to go through the minister now. They will not respond to us, right? So we'll get the land file. And obviously the victimization, the imprisonment, the conditions of imprisonment, all of that is very clear. And it's corroborated by the evidence we've received in all the other cases. And there weren't that many that were retained after the mercenary attack, not compared to the other big groups of people. One thing is in terms of outcome. So what would you like to see? I mean, if this property at Plaisance is still leased, would you want to take that back with the lease, or?
I don't know, it depends on my kids now.
Are they in Seychelles, your children?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're all here.
yeah, one is working in Dubai, and one has a business with fishing industry, ocean basket. And one is a skipper, the one who wanted to go to the army, and another one is a fisherman. Two are skippers on boats, and one is a fisherman.
Well, can you discuss with them what?
Yeah,
And then let us
I
know.
will discuss with them.
Then if you just let the investigator know, just so when we're doing the recommendations in your case, we don't want to recommend something that you don't want.
Yeah.
right? At the end of it.
Thank you, committee, for having patience to listen.
I mean, it's a very interesting story as well. So it's a pleasure, you know, and of course for us, we really appreciate it when people come forward and give us their story, because it really helps us find patterns and put things together, you know, so that when we're looking at things, we're not looking at them in isolation, we're looking at them in the context of the time and what everyone was going through and which were the people that were going through these things. So it's very helpful to us to hear the full story like you've presented. So we really appreciate that.
Because I know that if he was still alive, he would be the first person, when that commission erected, that he would be the first person to file his case. And one thing, I'm so grateful, and every day I thank the Lord, that when he was really sick. I plead with him, and he responded. I said, Eve, Albert René did you so much bad things. You were always angry. Even when the television came on, if he sees that guy, he said, put it off, I don't want to see that guy. I don't want to hear anything about him. So I pleaded with him, and before he passed away, some months before, by the grace of God, he acknowledged, he said with his own mouth, I said, you have to forgive him so that you will be free yourself. So God grant me that plea, and I am so thankful. With his own mouth, he said, I forgive him. Let the Lord deal with him.
Petite question. Ça, le garage Brassel, où tu peux dire, il passe au bord Maison, de l'autre côté là-bas?
Oui,
Et c'est
il était là-bas
Voilà,
avant.
dans ta gros building là?
Il était là-bas avant.
Voilà, oui, oui.
Yeah.
C'est ça.
Mm.
Je me rappelle ça, garage.
Mm. Yeah.
No, it's good that you were able to get him to forgive, because it's
Yeah.
not easy to forgive, you know?
I'm so thankful about this. Yeah.
I mean, that's quite amazing, you know, and amazing that he did, right? Because it's easier to hang on, right? To all the resentments, much easier. And you think,
Mhm.
why should you give it up, right? You earned it in a way, but
Yeah.
it's pretty, I'm glad that happened. That's helps a little bit, right? Okay, so we will follow up, especially with your land file, so we can work that out. I mean, the rest of what you've told us, I think, has already been corroborated many times over, so we can accept that. We have no further questions unless there's anything you would like to add.
No.
So thank you very much for coming. We're very grateful to you. Please speak with your boys and let the investigator know. We just know that government now has a much different perspective on returning property that was unjustly taken. So, you know, we see a reasonable grounds in your case to say give back the lease on the garage, right? But if it's a 10,000 lease, it's not really worth much. So if that's what they've leased it for 50 years, it's for a year, 10,000 a year. It's nothing.
It's nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Mm.
So, you know, why is this? There might be, that could be set aside for fraudulent practice, or,
That's not even
yeah.
for a week.
yeah, it's not even for a week, yeah. So discuss with your boys and we will see, you know, what we can
Okay.
recommend.
Yeah.
But thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will adjourn, we'll return at 1 o'clock in open session.
Good luck in your continuation of the truth.
All rise.
Can you please call the hearing number for the record?
This is Commission Hearing Number 199 of Tuesday, 14 September 2021, in Case 352 Guito Robert, Case 377 Tatiana Bossi, and Case 349 Joy and John Ferguson.
Thank you. We have the witness on Skype. Oh, he just disappeared. Can you please call and swear the witness?
Ian Withers.
Yes.
Mr. Withers, can you put your right hand? I, Ian Withers,
Ian Withers,
swears that the evidence
swear that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be
the truth,
the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
nothing but the truth, so help me God.
and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Withers. Nice to see you again. It's been a long
Thank you.
time since we've seen you. Over a year. Over a year.
Indeed.
Yes. So we asked you to appear as a witness today in case 349, Joy and John Ferguson, which concerns their purported purchase of a property from you at Turtle Bay. And the Commission understands that at the time of the purchase from you, title was still in the name of Mr. Berwi and Helder Pierre, and that you were seeking to get them to transfer the title to you because you'd paid them for the property, and you commenced a court action for specific performance of the contract of sale. But for some reason, that action doesn't appear to have been pursued to a successful outcome. So eventually, Mr. Berwi and Mrs. Pierre went to court and they got repossession of the property because they still held title to it. And the Fergusons say they were left with nothing. So if anything you can tell us about what happened, and as I mentioned to you before we came on air, in relation to any other cases that you've heard, if you have anything that you could help the Commission with in relation to those, we would be very happy to receive that evidence from you too. But first, for the Fergusons, I hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, very much of a matter of stressing the memory, but I purchased the property from Ogilvy Berlui whilst he was Minister of Defence, and he was paid in full a combination of a cancelled payment to me from Mario Ricci on behalf of Seychelles government, and a contra account from the Minister of Defence to me, which I believe was 100,000 rupees, and I paid the balance in cash. And the purchase price, to my recollection, was 375,000 rupees, of which I believe it was 200,000 rupees for the land and property, and 175 for the fixtures and fittings, the furnishings that were in. When I took possession of the property, I spent with a local builder something over 200,000 renovating the property and securing it, putting iron bars in all the windows, building a cool room for food storage and all the rest of it. Ultimately, I took Le Pearl Noir, and because of the management of the business at Le Pearl Noir, decided to move to Le Pearl Noir and live on the upper floor there. And so the Fergusons approached me and said they wanted to buy the property, and they had a business plan, I believe, to convert it into some kind of an aquarium. And I dealt with them and agreed a sale price, which I believe it was about £50,000, which they paid me in sterling. And at the same time, Ogilvy Berlui was holding up, shall we say, the transfer of the property. And it was not known to me until a draft contract was produced that his other half, Madame Helder Pierre, was in fact the owner or half owner of the property, and apparently didn't wish to sell. I think there were political opinions afoot at that time, and she was against the government, consequently against me, and she didn't want to sell the property. I went to the Ocean Gate Law Centre to represent me, and at the time I left Seychelles, which was at the end of 1991, I had a call from Bernard Georges, who was acting for Berluis and for the Fergusons, if I remember correctly. And Bernard Georges told me that he would negotiate a settlement with the Berluis and resolve the whole matter. And he asked me to provide a power of attorney. And I went to my solicitor at the time in Dublin, Brophy and Company, and they dealt with a power of attorney. I notarized it, and that was sent to Bernard Georges. And from that day forth, I never heard another thing. And until this has come up, I had assumed the matter was resolved. I had no idea that Louis had got repossession of the property. And I'm rather perplexed by that, because as an interested party, one would have thought the court had an obligation to notify me that such a proceeding was pending, so that I could have been represented, having given Berlui 375,000 euros.
So you'd handed over your power of attorney on the grounds that it would be negotiated and you were out of the matter.
Precisely. I thought the matter was being resolved. I thought Bernard Georges, as Berlui's lawyer and the Ferguson's lawyer, was dealing and resolving the matter between those two parties. I'd already signed all the paperwork, so I paid and been paid for the property. I never heard another thing from anyone. I've never heard since 1992, I suppose, was probably the last correspondence, and I hadn't heard anything from any party.
That explains why your action in court was not pursued by you.
Absolutely, yes, yes.
Just a bit puzzled. The Fergusons didn't get back to you at any point?
No, I've never heard from the Fergusons at all.
A bit strange. Or from Bernard Georges?
Well, once Bernard Georges had the power of attorney, I never heard another thing from him.
Very strange.
So it appears that maybe Mr. Georges didn't get that letter from you, maybe, because he didn't mention it in his statement.
I don't know whether he got it, but I'm sure it would have been sent down by recorded mail and probably at that time faxed as well.
Yeah, okay. So I think we'll have to go back to Mr. Georges and ask for a clarification on that. Well, I mean, I think that sort of answers the question for me about that. So that was short and sweet. Except for Mrs. Purvis is not.
Well, at what point did you find out that Hilda Pierre didn't want to sell? I mean,
well, that would have been
a whole lot of negotiations beforehand.
I suppose it would have been sometime in maybe late 86, 87. And I actually met her in Victoria, and I knew her to speak to her and usual pleasantries, and said good morning, and she said that she would never sell her house to me, and walked off, which I was a bit taken aback and obviously concerned. And I did let Ogilvy know that I'd met his other half and there was an issue, and he just said, leave it with me.
That was in 1986, 87 you met her in Victoria?
Yes, approximately. I mean, you're stretching my memory a bit here. But, yes,
I'm just wondering.
I do recollect the meeting.
Because I'm just wondering, were you aware at all of the 1986 attempt by Mr. Berluy to take power from Albert Rene?
Was I aware of the 1986
attempt by Mr. Berluy to take power from?
Oh yes, yes. No, indeed, I was aware of that. I had been asked by President Rene to make some discreet inquiries prior to that happening, and which I did, and I had reported those results back to the president at that time, who I think was just on his way. I believe it was a UAE meeting, and if I remember correctly, it was in Zimbabwe, in Harare, that he was going to when this plan was supposedly going to take place.
What did you discover about this plan?
Well, what I discovered was basically hearsay in evidential terms, but the hearsay, of course, was in those days deemed to be intelligence, and that was that Berlui, together with, I believe, 3 senior SPDF officials, were planning to take over control of the government, and Berlui wanted to, or aspired to become the new president. And they'll be planning to do this while the President Rene was away in Harare.
So you informed the president of this before he left on his trip?
I can't recall. He asked me before he went on the trip. I think he may well have been already on the trip when I informed him, or it could have been just before. But his secretary at the time was Bernadette, and I went to the office and I spoke to Bernadette, and I didn't believe President Rene was there at that time, so he could have been on the way or gone. I can't quite recall the sequence.
You were in Seychelles when the president came back from that trip?
Yes, I would have been. Yes, I was in Seychelles from '86. Other than I did make a number of overseas trips from Seychelles. I can't recall whether I was physically there when he came back, but certainly I was living there still.
Do you recall the death of Marjorie Baker?
Sorry,
the death of Marjorie Baker.
No, not really, no.
No.
The day after Rene came back.
No, I don't recall that.
No, I think so. Day also after.
Your hearsay evidence, the intelligence that you collected, was that from army officials or?
It was basically from Berlui himself.
So he trusted you to tell you that?
Well, yes, I think he did, although he knew that my loyalty would have been to the president, but he my immediate supervisor, shall we say, or my direct manager throughout the time I worked for Seychelles on overseas intelligence. I reported primarily to Mr. Berlui, and just on the odd occasions, particularly after my contract in the UK ended and I became resident in Seychelles, the president would often ask me to undertake inquiries for him or to undertake missions for him over the next number of years.
There was somebody else who was in Rene's intelligence group. This fellow called, I think he was Belgian, called Bob Nodin, who lived at Belazar somewhere. Did he also?
Yes.
Was he also involved in collecting intelligence for Rene? Because people have mentioned
Well,
him quite a few times here.
Yes, well, I knew of him and I knew him not particularly well. He was the man that provided a personal bodyguard to the president during the early 80s. And he had a restaurant over on Belazar, and I went there and ate on a number of occasions, met him socially. I don't know whether he was gathering intelligence, but at the time I was dealing specifically with overseas intelligence gathering. So what went on internally was not directly within my field of operations.
Okay, you didn't share your intelligence information.
No.
When you
No. No.
when you collected your
Absolutely not.
when you collected your overseas intelligence, did you just share that with the president and Berwi, or were there other people that were also privy to that intelligence?
No, the only persons that were privileged to that were Ogilvy Berloui as Minister of Defence. He was the first source. If he was away or there was something considered very important, then the results were sent or shared with President René, and occasionally his secretary would have been present and acted as a conduit if he was away.
We have, I mean, everyone that worked in the internal intelligence of State House during that period that has come before the Commission, they've told us a couple of things. First of all, they were just doing admin. They were typing, right? I think we've got 3 typists. And then the second thing is that everything was on a need-to-know basis, so they don't know anything. I'm just wondering, from a credibility perspective, is that credible in intelligence services that the head of the intelligence service would be a typist?
Well, I really couldn't say. I mean, it certainly would be outside my realm of direct knowledge. I can only say that my reports, whether they were sent in those days by telex, later on by fax, by personal visitation, were directly to Minister Berloui. Occasionally, in the absence of Berloui and the President, Minister Michaud I would report to Minister Michaud. I also reported to the consulate that was in Paris, and that was headed at the time by Ralph Adam, who became Minister of Health, who I knew before I knew Seychelles. He was a client of mine in Brighton long before Seychelles came to the fore. So we had a good relationship, and I would report on many occasions in the early 80s to Paris, and no doubt Ralph Adam would forward that on to the President or to Minister Berloui. Other than the meetings, there were some meetings that I went to, roundtable meetings at the President's office, where other people were present, including SPDF senior officers, the Commissioner of Police, Bernadette, who was secretary, would be in there, but she wasn't a participant in the meetings. She was more or less taking instructions from the meeting to execute. But other than that, I have no direct knowledge that the information that was presented was shared beyond those that had it.
For this commission, we have so many instances of, unsolved matters that people have come and put before us. In following this commission, is there any things that you could help us with? I mean, we have to admit that people have not been forthcoming, really. Nobody remembers anything, didn't know anything. And it's only when we've been able to have a number of witnesses that were eyewitnesses and there and knew the person that we've got to get them to agree that they were involved.
I mean, if you put a specific instance to me, I could probably give an answer. In general terms, it would be very hard without looking at the specific references that you refer to. I mean, I'm certainly unaware that during anything that I've listened to of anybody that has been obstructive. Maybe there's a natural defense mechanism in people, and it's easier for them to forget than it is to remember and have to account.
So you were in Seychelles in 1980 or 81 to begin with? When did you first come?
Well, my first visit was 1980, about mid-year. I had started working for Seychelles. The first assignment was in late 79. I was then invited to a meeting in early 1980, and it was put to me the offer to create a proposal to provide overseas intelligence gathering services on a commercial basis, which I did. That was ultimately accepted, and I was invited to Seychelles for a heavy-duty weekend, and that was the flights alone. And I went down and met the president and met Ogilvy Berloui, and they agreed in principle, and a contract was drawn up. And I believe it was ultimately signed probably in about 81, but it was in existence from 1980, and I started work in the UK and various other locations in the world from 1980 onwards.
So things that were happening internally in Seychelles, like people that had disappeared, did you know anything about Simon Janus and Mike Asher? The training?
Well, I did.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I knew that case very well because I was in the hotel in London at the time and had recorded the incoming telephone call answered by Gerard Warreau in the presence of Sir James Mankham and Paul Chow. They answered the call. That is all recorded. Those recordings were sent to Seychelles. They were independently recorded by the Sunday Times newspaper, and that was arranged by agreement with the president in order to be able to have an independent witness to what was going on with the so-called NPR and their program to destabilize and to take over the government of Seychelles.
Are these the tapes referred to as the Complot 412, the 412 number of the room
Correct.
in the London hotel?
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Okay. And those tapes were edited and broadcast.
Mm-hmm. So who recorded those conversations?
The conversations were recorded by my team in London and independently, as I say, by the Sunday Times separately. So there were two lots of recordings.
Did you approach the Sunday Times, or how did the Sunday Times get involved?
Well, the Sunday Times were a client of mine in those years, and with the consent of the president, I had suggested that we bring in a third party because the way the media worked, and it hasn't changed very much, is that they didn't like Seychelles or its political stance, and they were a constant target of, shall we say, negative publicity, accusations of being a Soviet puppet state, Marxist, all the usual things that went along with left-wing politics. And the president agreed that it would be a sensible thing to have a third party that would be deemed as independent. I invited the Sunday Times and they jumped at the opportunity and they set up their own recording and recorded the same things that we did on behalf of the government.
And was Mario Ricci also involved? Did he pay for the hotel rooms? And
well, the hotel rooms were paid by the Seychelles government, but Mario Ricci was there and it was his plan. What had happened is that rumours had started, and I think they were generated in Seychelles. This was internal at the time, of course. And those rumours were that the government were going to seize, require the tea plantation and various other Mario Ricci businesses in Mahe. And Mario made an approach to Gerard Warren, directly, I'm not sure, who lived in South Africa. And the result was that they agreed to have a meeting, Gerard Warren and the MPR, believing that Ricci was going to switch his alliance from President Ray, the MPR, and a new government. And they all agreed that they would meet in London. I was asked to go urgently to Seychelles. First, I came across this situation, and I went down, again, one of my long weekend jobs, and had a meeting with Louis and President Rene, and I was asked to arrange the hotel and the electronics, which was to monitor everything that went on in the hotel. And obviously the hotel had to be booked in a way that it wouldn't or couldn't be leaked or linked back to Seychelles. So I used my Jersey company, who suddenly became hotel booking agents, and we booked a conference hotel in London, 5-star, secure hotel by its own advertising. We booked a conference room. We booked rooms for Mario Ricci for some of his staff that came with him and family. We also booked rooms for Gerard Warren and Paul Chow. And of course, we had rooms ourselves, which became our monitoring station. And we wired up the rooms of Warren and Paul Chow. We wired up the boardroom that they were going to have their meetings in. And when Gerard Warren arrived from South Africa, he came directly to the hotel. We had one of our staff acting as a hotel receptionist, and we'd already checked them in and had the keys of their room. So met him and gave him the keys of the room, and we decked out their room with flowers and fruit. And they felt very important because they'd been met, hadn't had to check in or anything, gone straight to the room. And then we then monitored what went on in the room, which primarily was their meetings with James Mankham, various other people that came in. Eddie Camille comes to mind, a few other people. And then it was, of course, during the monitoring of this room that the telephone call came to inform them that 2 of their people had been killed in Seychelles, being Mike Asher and Simon Denous. Well, we were all shocked when we heard that, being frank about it, that the follow-on conversation, which was all recorded, was them coming to terms with that information. James Mankham was shocked as well. And they then generated a release to send out to the press in which they were going to claim, or they did claim, that their people had been caught by the Seychelles authorities, tortured and blown up in a car. And they started phoning up, or Paul Chow started to phone newspapers to give this story. And of course, we all knew that it was totally untrue based on the phone call that they received. It was almost certainly an accidental explosion. But I wasn't there to be able to confirm that. I'm certainly not an expert on such things, but their conversations certainly indicated that was the case. The newspaper monitoring this felt so alarmed by it that they called the police, and immediately they went round to the hotel, and the reporter from the newspaper, Barry Penrose, a very famous and highly regarded journalist, knocked on their door. Of course, we could hear this from our monitoring room, and started to question them. And Sir James Mankham immediately left the room, but the police had arrived by that time and stopped them all in the foyer of the hotel, and police officers were interviewing Sir James Mankham and the others, Paul Chow, Eddie Camille, and Gerard. They were all being interviewed by the police. we cleared and left the hotel with our bits and pieces so that we weren't compromised. That's probably the best thing. And fundamentally, that's what happened. And those tapes were sent down to Seychelles in due course. And as we all know, they were edited and played to the population as a whole on Radio Seychelles. All those actual conversations were played. So the entire population knew what had actually been said, and that what the NPR were claiming was fundamentally untrue.
So Mario Ricci, he was just a double agent.
Absolutely, that's exactly what he was in that circumstance.
Did you know about Brian Victor, Sonny Elizabeth, Michelle Hoffman, the three boys?
I know all
Yeah.
the names. Yeah,
Mhm.
I know all the names.
Were you aware of that supposed coup attempt?
Yes, of course, I was aware of it. Any issues that cropped up, it put us on alert in the UK to watch all of our suspects in London, which was the headquarters planning and administration of the NPR, to see whether they were involved.
Was there any indication that the NPR were involved in that?
No, in that particular one, they weren't. I think they were as surprised as the rest of us that this was happening.
I mean, these boys were killed, right, by the armed forces. That wasn't an accident.
Yes, no, I mean, this obviously was things that were going on in Seychelles at a time when we were in London, but I don't know the exact circumstances, only what I've heard with the tribunal and previous publicity.
Do you know anything? I know this is again internal security, but he did travel overseas. Altan Artem. Did you know anything about him? He was aligned with NPR.
Yes, our team was definitely an NPR member or participant. I never knew him personally at all, but I knew of him again by name.
He disappeared. You don't know where he went?
No, I don't, I'm afraid.
You know, these disappeared people. So we know with Simon Janus and Mike Asher, we know with Altan Artem that before they disappeared, they were under surveillance by the Seychellois intelligence. And what the intelligence persons have told us is they had them under surveillance, then they were told to stop the surveillance, and then the people were dead or disappeared, dead or disappeared.
Yes, I don't have any knowledge, I'm afraid, and I certainly haven't picked up any information so far as they were concerned. And as I say, my role was up until June of 1986 was external. Now I did place one of our agents on the island, on Mahe. He'd infiltrated the NPR, and Gerard Warreau had sent him to Mahe to try and, I think the terminology used was to rally the troops, because this would be about 1984, late 84, early 85, and I sent him to Seychelles. He infiltrated them in London, and then he acted as if he was an ex-mercenary from a previous life, so to speak, and Gerard Warreau found that interesting and sent him to try to rally the troops or the supporters in Seychelles to get them all organised and ready for the next attempt. The hiding of weapons or explosives or whatever they were going to stockpile. He arranged all of that, and he became quite a useful informant, but he reported directly to the president, not even to Berlouis. And his name on the island, he was O'Boyle, I believe it was Patrick O'Boyle was his cover name. And his real name was Barry Trigwell, who worked for my agency since really 1974.
Is he the one that was murdered?
He was
No.
murdered, yes.
No.
He was a hired hitman from South Africa, the instance of his South African wife.
I read about him, Barry Trigwell. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, when things changed in Seychelles after the murder of Gerard Warreau, and suddenly I became really a bit useless in terms of continuing with overseas intelligence gathering. So I was switched to try and do some organising internally, which frankly didn't last very long. And so by mutual agreement, we terminated my contract in mid-1986. And at that time, Barry Trigwell, alias O'Boyle, was asked by the president to go to South Africa to continue gathering intelligence from MPR groups in South Africa. And I believe he was down there for a few months. And then he was sent then to Western Australia, to Perth, where he infiltrated the Seychelles MPR supporters who were located in the general Perth and West Australia area. And then he was paid off, I believe that would have been at the end of probably 87. He was paid off and went back to the UK. He met a South African lady, nothing to do with Seychelles or the job whatsoever. And they got married, and she apparently liked the concept of claiming life insurance. And so she had him insured for a substantial amount, and he was murdered in London. And she actually made, for her, she made some errors, and the West Midlands police were quickly able to prosecute her, and she was found guilty, sentenced to life imprisonment. She got cancer and was released on compassionate grounds in the, I suppose it would be the early 2000s, and she subsequently died a few days after being released. The hitmen themselves, they were identified and arrested in South Africa, brought back to England, and they were convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment, which I believe would be long gone now. They're probably back in South Africa.
Did you ever come across the Italian, Franco Piovani, the Italian man found killed on Corana Beach, February, I think, 84, was it? February 84? Franco Piovani, apparently he was, no. He was apparently planning a coup. No. Was a chef at the Barbarons Hotel for a while.
I certainly was never asked. Didn't ring any bells. The name doesn't ring any bells to me. And I certainly am in 84. I would have been still very much engaged on the external work, and I can't recall ever being asked to undertake any background work on him. I mean, during the time, those early 80s, anyone that was seeking a contract in Seychelles for either employment or to open a business. Many of them, I was asked to do background reports as to their political leanings to see if they were connected in any way with the NPR before they were given consent to come into Seychelles.
When you were doing your intelligence collecting, did you coordinate at all with any other countries' intelligence agencies? Was it anyone else a source of information about what was happening in Seychelles?
We had a relationship with South Africa, with what was then the Bureau of State Security, and the infamous boss. Other than that, informally through the British Foreign Office, I kept them updated, and they were aware of what we were doing in London. And the Americans, of course, I spoke to the American attachés at the embassy in Seychelles and in London on odd occasions. But generally speaking, most of the other countries concerned didn't really have an awful lot of time for Seychelles because of its single-party left-wing status.
I mean, the South Africans, after the mercenary attack in 1981, the South Africans, they became more of an ally to Seychelles, to helping Seychelles with their internal security problems, or?
Well, it's interesting. The South Africans up to the mercenary attack, of course, were deemed by Seychelles to be supportive of the mercenaries, and in all probability they were. On the other side of the coin, the South Africans, who I knew, I'd worked for the South Africans prior to working for Seychelles. So they had barred me from South Africa because I was working for Seychelles, as it was the left-wing Marxist state, and they deemed sympathetic to the anti-government organizations that operated in South Africa, the ANC, the PAC, and communist-based organizations in their interpretation. After the mercenary attack, suddenly the South Africans became very friendly. I got immediate assistance from the Pretoria office of the Bureau of State Security. They provided me with the passenger list of the Boise aircraft, which was absolutely vital at that moment. They also provided ultimately a list of all the people that landed back in South Africa on the hijacked Air India aeroplane. And those two documents together enabled us to have a list of who was still on the run in Seychelles. So we knew how many were still there, and the security forces could work on recovering them and getting them into custody. So from there on, they were extremely cooperative. And there was an occasion when another coup attempt was in planning, where I sent an agent to observe it, and he and the coup plotters were all arrested by the South African authorities. I managed to get my agent and a South African agent that was working for me to get them released, although our man was sent back to England, exported from South Africa to a rather embarrassing press furore at Heathrow Airport when he arrived back, and the headlines of the papers said Seychelles spy arrested in South Africa. So that would have been probably the early 80s again, 83, 84. So there was cooperation there. And then just at the time or prior to the murder taking place of Gerard Warreau, I was asked by President Rene to go to South Africa to meet with an official from, I think it was the Ministry of the Interior. And that meeting was set up by the man in Boss that I'd been dealing with. His name was Major Craig Williamson. And he arranged for the meeting. I flew to South Africa. I was still a banned person. So Craig Williamson met me at what was then Jan Smuts International Airport and got me through the security, and I was permitted into the country. I was treated like a VIP, flown around by helicopter here, there and everywhere, had a meeting with the minister and in principle agreed a final payment for reparations to Seychelles Airport for, I think it was $1 million US. Now, lots of people have said there was a lot more money paid out, but I was only ever aware of that 1 million. And it was referred to as a final payment, so there could have been payments before, I don't know. But I agreed $1 million, that was agreed. I went back to Seychelles and I was then asked to invite the minister and Craig Williamson of BOSS to come as private visitors to Seychelles, which I did. And when I came back to Seychelles just before the murder of Waro, the reason I went back at that time was to meet these private visitors due to arrive. The minister decided in the light of the murder having taken place that he wouldn't come, but Craig Williamson and his wife did come. I met them, showed them around Seychelles, introduced them to Baloyi and to the president, and Baloyi and his immediate staff took over and entertained them. From that moment onwards, of course, I was in Seychelles. My contract was terminated in mid-86, and I understand that Craig Williamson, together with Mario Ricci, formed a new company based in South Africa to take over what I had previously been doing. And I think it was called either Long Reach or Outreach, something of that nature. I was asked to cooperate with any existing files that I had on individuals to pass them to Mario Ricci's office for the benefit of Long Reach. And that fundamentally became the end of my involvement with Seychelles external security, and in fact with security generally. And other than 3 or 4 assignments I had for President Rene, which were not payable as assignments, they were things that I did because I was living in Seychelles. One was to go down to Kuala Lumpur, was to identify the publisher of some anti-government literature, which had been created by an NPR member. I went to Kuala Lumpur and pretexted the factory that I was the customer, paid them their bill and collected all the printing, which we brought back to Seychelles, and I think it was either amended and distributed or destroyed. I really don't know.
So they then took over the security from based in South Africa, Major Williamson and this other guy, Mario
Yes.
Ricci.
Yeah. Well, Mario Ricci, of course, he started to move out of Seychelles towards the end of 85, and he had business interests in South Africa. And during 86, he moved lock, stock and barrel, his family, to live in South Africa.
And in 1986, we've heard evidence that there were Seychellois organizing a coup and they were getting training in British military camps. And they showed us a photo of them all in these uniforms looking very smart. And they had some British people that were part of their outfit. Were you aware of them in the UK? That group with Cyril Loughty, Bernard Rocombo, Mr. what was his name? Joubert? David Joubert.
Yes, I know David Joubert. Of course, he was a long-term customer of ours during London operations. No, I wasn't directly aware of that going on. I was aware of the publicity that accompanied it, but I had no knowledge of the time. It was really, if I remember rightly, that was after I had ceased to function in the UK as a result of the murder of Gerard, which made it impossible for me to be able to function.
Do you know who killed Gerard Wawa? It's not a case before us. But
No,
for
I wish I did,
no.
but I don't know who did it. I mean, as you know, I was interviewed by the police over 2 days. They decided to interview me after 33 years. They suddenly turned up on my doorstep, and for reasons best known to themselves, they took all computers, mobile phones, everything that would record information, and they spent months poring over it and then returned it all to me. None of these things existed. They hadn't even been invented or were not available during the 80s. So it was a bit of a mystery. But while I was in their custody, they did ask me what my thoughts were. But as I'm saying to you now, I have no direct idea. They did suggest there may be an American interest in it, and perhaps a CIA plot to create regime change. But I don't believe there's any direct evidence to support that. Their inquiries apparently are still going on. So maybe there will become an answer one day, but I think most of us that had any knowledge of it are fast approaching the far end of the lifespan. So maybe they're just going to wait till we've all disappeared and then file the papers.
I guess because you were doing the surveillance for the Seychelles government, you became like the #1 suspect to begin with. But you weren't in Seychelles when he was killed, if I remember.
I was actually
You were in Seychelles,
so
yes. You were in Seychelles. You weren't in London.
I was in Seychelles. Yeah. No, I wasn't in London. The interesting thing is that during the whole time I worked for Seychelles, the British Foreign Office were fully aware. I had their consent, and I reported to one of the officers on the Africa desk anything of interest, with the knowledge and consent of President Rene. He said he had nothing to hide from the British government, and he saw it as a way of getting cooperation. When things happened in Seychelles, I was asked on 2 or 3 occasions if I would influence the president in one direction or another, as if you could ever influence President Rene. He was very single-minded. And the one that stands out, of course, was the execution of the mercenaries. The Foreign Office in London asked if I would influence him to commute the sentences, as they did in the British country, to be executed in these circumstances. I did mention it to President Rene, and he was almost with me and said, circumstances, would he ever kill anyone? And that he didn't think they were going to die those. It would be the best thing to learn about coming to the country again. Just one instance, a couple of other small instances where there was an occasion when we had a music group. I don't think I'll name the musical group because they're still going strong.
We can't hear you very
world
well.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay.
That's
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah,
now
that's
we
a bit
can.
better.
Okay. Did you hear the last thing I said?
No. So we heard little bits of it. When you asked him about, the Brits asked you about the death penalty on the mercenaries and to commute that. And I think
Yes.
you said the president said he'd never kill anyone. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly right. Yes. He was annoyed that I would even bring it up to him, but I did tell him that the Foreign Office had expressed their concerns, and he assured me that he would not be killing anyone, that whatever people might think of him, he was a man of religion, i.e. believed in God, and that they would think that they were going to be executed, as that would be a lesson for them not to come back to Seychelles ever again. There was another occasion when I was asked if I would influence Seychelles, and that was over a musical group, famous musical group that came to Seychelles to perform over a week. and they were caught having brought in some drugs with them. And one of us found at a hotel distributing drugs to local followers of the band, and was arrested and was going to be prosecuted. And I was asked if I would influence the government to perhaps export him, i.e. ban him from the country rather than prosecute him, as this would create a lot of unfortunate publicity. I did so, and he was kicked out the country on the flight back to London a few days later.
Was that? Sorry, I missed it. Which group was that?
Well, I'm not sure that I should mention it because they are still a working group.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't want to impugn their reputation.
Well, you could say that one has to be a little cautious when sitting in the privilege of this situation.
And if I recall correctly, you left Seychelles when you were told that it wasn't safe for you here anymore. Is that right?
Yes, I was called to the president's office and literally given basically 48 hours to get my family out because we were all deemed to be at risk. So I got my wife out, and I left a few months later. I managed to stick it out to try and recover some assets and to sell the businesses that I had there. It was very messy and a very unfortunate way to go. And of course, I wrote off an awful lot in assets and left the country on December the 1st of 1991.
Was it people? Who did he say was a threat to you? The people, or?
It was the NPR. What had happened, the government had elected, as I was told, to permit democracy to restart and to hold elections. And on that basis, members of the NPR, no matter who they were or what they had done or were alleged to have done, were to be permitted to return. And indeed, they started to return to set up political parties to fight an election. And when they came in, at that time, they seemed to believe, quite erroneously, that I was responsible either for killing Jean Moreau or for having had some involvement in his death, which was just not the case. And they came back, and I was deemed to be at risk from retribution from NPR members.
You've never come back?
I went back, I think, on 2 trips. Following that, I came on 2 trips. On both occasions, I was secured by the police or military during the time I was there, which was to try and finalise bits and pieces of business, close bank accounts. I sold one of my businesses to an English couple and just had to authorise them to take over the banks, that kind of thing.
But not your holiday destination?
With great regret.
No.
With great regret. Mm.
So thank you very much, Mr. Withers. Very interesting to speak to you. We have no further questions unless you have something we should have asked. How about that?
I think you probably covered a lot wider brief than I ever anticipated, and I'm happy to cooperate. If anything else comes up that I can assist with, don't hesitate to contact me.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate your cooperation. I think you could come back to Seychelles now for a nice holiday. No? Yes? My Seychelles colleagues. I'm sure you'd be very
would be
welcome.
Yes, things have changed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Withers. We may hope we see you again, but
Thank
take care and thank you
you,
very
madam.
much. Okay, we will
Thank you, madam.
adjourn now. We'll return at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Can you please call the hearing number for the record?
This is Commission hearing number 199 of Tuesday, 14 September 2021 in case 352 Guto Robert, case 377 Tashana Bossu, and case 349 Joy and John Ferguson.
Thank you. We are in closed session. Can you please call the witness?
Mr. Antoine Banan.
On fait serment pour dire la vérité, toute la vérité, rien que la vérité, que bon Dieu arrive.
Thank you, Mr. Banan, for appearing before the commission today. We're in closed session,
Yes.
so none of your evidence will be broadcast to the public. We understand that you contacted our investigator because you have some information to share regarding Lena Bonalam and Raymond Bonte.
Okay.
Is that correct? So
Yeah.
thank you very much for coming forward. We appreciate it, and we hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bon après-midi, commissaire. Pour commencer, on va faire un petit commentaire concernant le jour où je suis sorti ici, en novembre. En retournant côté moi, je suis traité par un garçon, sa maman, Madame Donald, qui mon petit nom, hein? Mon petit nom, lui, ce garçon adoré. Il dit, moi, c'est ce grand couteau pour couper moi. Mais moi, pareil, mon a dit, I'm no free. On ne peut pas payer personne, moi. OK? Moi, tu mets les deux en place et puis tu arrêté. Et puis, il y a un soldat aussi. Il parle, moi, mentionne son nom, et bien que moi, on va pas mentionner son nom, à cause de son crédibilité, à cause, il dit, moi, auparavant, et puis les temps, les motifs américains, je ne pas faire mon nom, mais tout le temps, je tiens une idée pour servir un arrêtement, soit battement. Mais je t'enseigne de pas nous boire à cause. Je peux besoin de réponse avec les Américains. Moi, je dis, moi, pas mentionné son nom, il parle à cause du accord militaire. Il y a un chef de militaire, il bien que moi. Je ne pas jamais mentionné son nom. Je dis, moi, ça. C'est ça qui après, qui t'arrive, ça bon incident, les Américains sont allés. Moi, tu peux travailler avec le bord de colère, mais tu peux commencer à gagner un harass là. Là, moi, tu commences à gagner harass, anyway.
Ça veut dire...
Il est au courant, lui.
Oui, dans la maison, une espèce de l'ordre pour les autres hasselou.
Il y a une bonne militia, c'est tout militia qui tu peux faire, hein?
Mais c'est moi à cause où tu peux rester comme ça.
Oui, c'est à cause des Américains, tiens, beaucoup. Tu peux travailler avec l'intelligence, tout. Anyway, c'est ça qui m'a dit pour faire sortir un petit bout, OK?
So the man that threatened you, is he okay now, or the man that threatened you?
Threaten me?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
one-
he's okay.
yeah,
He
he's okay.
come and ask pardon. Mrs. Purvis, you know him. He's a drunker. Okay.
He drinks. a
Yeah,
lot. We grew
but he
up-
threatened me to use a machete. I told him
Oh.
he can't use this with me. No. Anyway. Pour les abonnants, en 91 à 92, après que les Américains sont allés, pour moi, j'ai un contact avec les abonnants, c'est à travers mon frère, mon cas, son nom, le Call Station, Joel Banane. Ici, frantically na bon normally.
Mais il passe dans le militaire bien là, Amélie.
Mon frère?
Oui.
Non, 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 non. Vous connaissez Madame Pervis, il y a une affaire curio, ici en les sancta la Joel.
Ok, ok, ok.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Un jour, moi je fais travailler avec Bordeaux dans logistics stock control. Il y a un jour samedi qui après nous avons fini faire nous avons faire stock control. Moi je suis à cause moi je côté mon frère à l'époque. La case côté mon maman tu as arrangé. Je suis né en ville avec mon frère et des autres filles avec lui.
So you met Lena in town with your brother, or?
I met her in town. It was a Saturday night. Il tient l'état qui tient un bon night fair. Mon frère et moi, il dit moi nous allons avec lui et puis nous monte ensemble. Et que les de compagnie. Moi je suis avec les autres. La night fair en ville massé. Ça vient de chez drink comme ça. Et même nous avons le beau vallon. Nous sommes dans minuit et beau matin pour arriver à la bonne.
Côté tu restes.
Et la bonne, c'est côté c'est comme là. Quand M. Joel Ben fait un building, le boss est là, brillant. Seulement la case pas comme matin, c'est l'état avant. Il y a la zone métal, c'est son la case là. Il y a. Moi, personnellement, je n'ai pas trop envie à côté à cause moi tu connais bien. Peut-être mon alcool à cause de mon frère, nous tu peux monter ensemble avec mon frère et puis mon frère s'appelait Santa Maria à l'époque. Nous débarquons dans l'auto. sa des filles débarqué, mon frère débarqué, moi aussi débarqué. Moi remarqué que son guille l'auto, il t'a envoyé la main, il t'a envoyé un revolver. C'est un revolver qu'il a là-dedans. Sorti avec. Anyway, même qui mon attendant, moi garde moi mon sécurité à comment tu connais pour dire mon ton nom qui m'a été. Oui, nous là mon frère avec sa des filles avec les autres in bois là mon. Tout samedi, moi, je suis supposé aller travailler dimanche pour faire stock taking de bord comment. Mon petit bois à cause, je suis supposé aller faire un account, mon petit peu bois. Un petit bois comment. Le manon là anyway, on pas connaît si mon besoin non, mais peut-être il y en a des gens qui connaissent Lina tiens. Bah, moi tu non mais l'autre fois nous close session Lina tiens lesbienne li. Ça moi tu au courant. Donc une fait autre tata pas non là quand mon dit mon peut aller dormir, dis moi puis na aller puis moi aller mon là. À cause de la même, je besoin de travailler, je suis pour 3 heures au matin. Je suis levé, je dis, je prends un shower pour mal dormir, je suis besoin de travailler demain. Et là, je ne suis pas trop content, réellement, je prends mon shower. À cause que je dis, besoin de dormir, mon frère dit, nous pas pour. Il pas pu monter. Les nains sous, tous autres sous. Il pas pour les monter, puis tout le monde resté. Mon dit OK, n'a pas de problème. Demain, il y a plus pour son va travail. Quand il pas de monter mon tenir. Parce que moi, je demande là pour m'endormir. Je demande si la somme qui vit avec ses mains. Réellement, mon entourage pour m'endormir. Tout le temps, je suis à l'aide. Donc, oublier, il y a un petit lampshade dans la somme. Je suis dormi avec la lumière. À partir de l'imshade, c'est un go tube light. Je suis dormi avec la lumière à l'imshade. In case, à cause de ça, la porte pas de lock. C'est ça que je suis dormi avec la lumière. Quand la porte n'a pas ni la clé, il dit, moi, il pas lock. Les autres là, font des tapage. Quand un certain temps, on a un petit sommeil, mais pas trop approfondi. À un moment donné, et puis pour le grand matin, peut-être, je ne sais pas si qu'il a été dans, peut-être de 5h30 au matin, 5h. Juste ça, c'est l'animé avec Charlie, fait somme, je me reconnais du monde. La porte, c'est une poussée. Comme on partit là, moi, j'ai appuyé un 16 avec. À un moment donné, la porte est ouverte. 16, moi, j'ai appuyé. Qui m'a appuyé, mon medley, banque comme ça qu'il est. Il a appuyé, c'est du tomate. Mon sauté. Les mon sauté, moi, Lili, na bon homme. Il est entré dans la chambre, il parce qu'il n'est que, il y a un penti loli, mais il n'a pas de rien. Mon quitte mon garde, mon levé, ma ciseau lili, il vient, mon demande qui peut venir faire. Mon fini, comme si on a dit, mon demande qui peut venir faire, il dit, moi, peut venir causer comme moi. Causer un petit coup comme moi, comme ça. Pas brutal, bien lent. Moi, je dis, ok, pas de problème. Mon levé, ma ciseau lili, lui aussi, vient à ciseau bon, mon lili. Je demande, le qui c'est pourquoi vous venez causer avec moi? Il m'a espéré. Il là, et le temps, il get moi hier. Et puis demande-moi, qui problème moi dans le gouvernement? Moi dis, moi n'a pas de problème avec le gouvernement. Il demande-moi, il dit, moi, bien à cause du monde, il gagne l'information qui dit, il dit, mon code gouvernement, mon jouet, un bon problème. Puis je me demande, si non là pour lui venir dire moi tout ça là. Il n'est pas énervé, il dit, moi, pas demande là. Mon côté lui, il y a des demandements qu'il y a envie. Moi, je dis, il n'y a pas de problème, ou demande-moi. Demande-moi concernant mon famille. Apparemment, il connaît mon famille. Il connaît mon maman, il connaît. Pas connaît si mon frère peut-être mon frère. Il connaît côté mon fréquenté, il connaît mon côté américain. Tout. Il dit, moi, je dis, ben oui. Il connaît mon mon chal l'Amérique, demande-moi qui mon chal fait. Moi, je dis, bah, tout le monde visite le pays, moi aussi, mon aller. Demande-moi un peu l'information, là, américain, ben moi. Moi, pas pour jamais, pas pour jamais donner aucune information, il y a qu'on lui-même. Il peut commencer, il peut donner l'effet l'alcool, il peut commencer un peu en colère. À un certain moment, tu passes dans mon esprit, moi, tu as envie de sauter l'eau, là, comme tu vois. Et que tu n'as pas ni un revolver, ni rien, que moi, tu as envie de sauter l'eau, battre lui, guetter sur mon camp pour mon linge aller. OK? Et je dis, nous quotidien, cause des demandements aux affaires politiques, à cause de mon code gouvernement, mais moi, je dis, moi, pas code gouvernement. Moi, je dis, moi, il gagne l'information à cause de mon frère. Il faut de moi arrêter. Tout d'un coup, je dis, moi, dans mon linge, là, moi, je dis, moi, mettre mon linge, moi, aller dans 5h30 au matin. Moi, quand on a gagné un passage pour aller en ville, moi, je dis, moi, mettre mon linge, moi, aller. Pas de rouler. Je dis, moi, rester là. Au même moment, il arrive ça un problème, ça dit madame, m'envoie mon conjoint de figues, intéressé la poète la rue, intéressé glacis. Non, qui m'ont pas connaît. Poète la rue, pas devant côté cigarette, tu comptes un petit délo qui descend un petit la rivière, avant tu comptes rester là, avant de tu rester là. Moi, je suis girlfriend, hein? Les paiements tournent avec moi, ça défie entrer dans la chambre de lui. Kouye kli li n'a pas mon Dieu veni, les sagas sont venus, venus. Là, il dit ça, sorti directement, il pas fini comment il avait venu. Il pas fini comment il avait venu un moment. Mais ça la case côté était, il tient en côté ça l'ensemble, tient en 6 lovers. Tu n'as pas sliding comme il a mis sliding. 6 lovers. Moi tient en mon lens là comment. Bon, mon petit capacité à cause quand sont longs, mon pas fier pour gars il cazen moi. Pour mon consort mon tricot, c'est un tricot là moi et mon soulier employé comme mon voyait en bas, mon petit 3 vite. Mon gars le temps vite mon petit 3 vite. Il pas tout ensemble. Après comment on voit mon délit puis mon sorti dehors, mon sauter en bas mon massimo. Lens. La lobo la tiene panel bite chapil dogle. Pas connaît ça qui fait madame vie c'est panel bite ti la lobo dans coin chapil dogle. Ben dogle mon quoi tu fais couteau ferraille bat ferraille. C'est ça même la lobo. Comme il a payé sur wadine mettre ti la pompe.
Il tient forgeron.
Ah, forgeron, OK, oui. OK. Mais mon nobu taillé la cassette là, mettre mon linge là moi. En même temps là, le bon a petit saut, tiens un petit bassin, un petit barrique de l'eau. On lave mon figure. Mon taillé, moi jusqu'en quand il fait de l'eau Joséphine là, pour ce côté c'est il y a un best stop là. Là. Et un petit tout ville là, mon cassette là. Les jours, parce que fini fait, dans 6 heures, fini son heure. C'est dans la ZAC, moi, et bien si passe là entre 6h15, 6h30, mon prend un bis pour mal travailler côté Bodko. Ordinairement, moi débarque côté Yacht Club, à jour, moi débarque mon fleury, côté il fait un bout de semaine, mon passe là, derrière l'école là, pour moi venir côté Bodko. Les moyens de Bodko, bon travail, la plupart de fini venir à petit peu comme stock taking bon matin. Moi dis ça avec mon ami manager Bodko. Il dit moi comment parle rapport de la police. Moi dis il me parle rapport de la police à cause mon a gagné un problème avant. Que mon rapport de la police amène quelque chose, aucun investigué. La police dit aux autres, mon fait d'autres l'ouvrage. On pas le rapport de la police. Ça joue mon frère téléphone moi. À peu près dans 9h, 10h, il téléphone moi. Il demande moi comment moi était. À cause mon sauvé mon allé qui n'arrivait. Je dis mon petit travail, mon petit travail, mon Bodko. Mon appartement, je dis ma cause que plus tard. Je dis moi il y a noir, moi je dis non. Mon bien, pas besoin de venir à moi à cause. Moi, tu imagines si venir à moi, il check sa madame, et tu peux venir avec sa madame, côté bord de là, peut-être, tu peux avoir un gros problème. Cause, moi, tu fais imaginer, Lina bonhomme, il y en a quelque chose, soit il a envie de faire moi, soit il y a quelque chose, il a envie de rapporter moi, mais, moi, quitte moi le mon garde, moi, tu imagines, moi, tu peux faire un plan qui m'a pour faire avec Lina bonhomme. À cause de Lina bonhomme, une des fois qu'il vient joindre mon frère, il passe dans la mousse, mon compte sur bon lait qui passe, un de l'endroit, mon compte est côté entré pour aller boire dans la mousse. Même ça jour même tu veux faire une idée moi tu veux veiller mon cas si moi tu cas toiler moi tu veux toiler ya à cause moi tu compte toi quelque chose qui fait moi dis mon tu as compté même moi pas trouver dis mon tu dis rien qu'il est il passe à peu près 2 jours, 3 jours, un jour de la semaine, ben oui, avec son mercredi, jeudi. Nous avons d'abord nous stock taking, même à cause de bord de nous faisons stock taking. En décembre, nous pouvons à peu près 3 mois bord de faire. Et moi, 2 mois, 3 mois, il faut faire. Et moi, débarqué dans la mousse. Mon touline par côté la boutique, son l'auto. Et l'auto rouge, moi qui ne pas connais si c'est un BMW, si c'est un Peugeot, quelque chose comme ça. En même temps, les mois à l'auto, faire des idées. La boutique, c'est la boutique Malba, ça coûte un dessin. Malako, il coûte son l'auto, il était. C'est la boutique, c'est la porte. Dans l'auto, tu n'as pas personne, mon guetté. Là, mon père entrer, ouvert la porte pour entrer, il sortit avec un madame. Un autre sadé,
Monsieur,
qui est avec lui, qui c'est la pointe la rue.
s'il te plaît, Chico. L'étant, tu peux entrer dans la boutique ou tu peux entrer dans l'auto?
Dans la boutique, pas dans l'auto.
Ok, all right.
Là, mon père, il sortit avec un autre sadé fille, qui c'est la pointe la rue. Ça fait qu'on demande. Qu'on demande bien même. Demande-moi si moi, ok, moi, dis oui. Lili n'a bon pas causé que moi, dis tout. L'aime, mon père, mon même, mon demande ni ou d'allon, yo ok ou? Mon demande ni Lina, yo ok? Il vire, get moi. Moi, dis tout ok? Moi, tu casse saute l'eau, mon pas fier, à cause, mon connais ma section revolver, il tient qu'à lui. Même là, moi, dis, il veille, pareil, un traitement veille, moi, moi, dis, moi, dis, moi, pour besoin. Dis-moi, comment il dit moi? Il dit moi, when you're ready, I'm ready. Moi, dis, il n'a pas de problème. Moi, là, il parle. Si tu ne causes que moi bien à jour soir, là, aujourd'hui, je peux causer bien avec Dieu, tu as l'intention, ou en colère, ou avec moi. Il wave son loto, démarrer vite, y aller. Moi, tu doutes qu'à côté l'État ou côté state, moi, tu me dirais côté ma maman. Ni moi, ni personne m'a pas dit ça. Avec à comment moi inutile. Moi pas de dire d'autres pas les faire d'autres connaît. Seulement, moi, je continue à travailler, mais seulement, moi, quand je demande un transport, à cause moi, je finis, ben, fait stock taking, nous finis 7h, 8h du soir. Moi, demande, M. Basil Sandy, fait un transport, moi, côté moi. Et les garçons, ils bien que moi, quand même, moi, c'est côté moi, mais nous descendons dans le travail. Pour une semaine à 2 semaines, si commence scolaire, nous finis faire stock taking. Et puis, pendant le temps, des fois, j'ai mon intolé, vient parc dans la mousse, le balance vient boire, là, moi, je ne sais pas si à cause, parfois, moi, tu peux essayer la pote là, oui, tu as une girlfriend, moi, tu as une girlfriend, la pote là, oui. Moi, pas tu monter. Là, tu doutes, moi, tu as une famille dans la police. C'est Thomas Banan. Mon ton nom de réconciliation là, c'est mon cousin. Mon tu le voir ali, c'est central. Il m'a parlé ça ali, yeah. Moi tu dis lui, moi tu explique lui tout concernant les bonhomme qui est arrivé. Il te dit moi j'explique moi lui. Il dit moi pas qu'à faire non rien, mais seulement arrête-moi s'asseoir. Il connaît vous dire bon nati peut-être mauvais moi. Arrête-moi s'asseoir, fini travail, on a transformé de côté moi, pas besoin de s'asseoir à cause. Il te dit moi vous dire les bonhomme, il y a des monde, il y a un hit girl il a tout moi. Et moi pas ngay harass client encore par moment tout lien des fois pas c'est comme la mousse pas harassement. Mais les m'a pris ça qui les moi travail code board comme tu nommé avant, les garde battre là tu commences venir pour arrêter moi encore là. Et c'est les américains qui fini aller là tu peux commencer à harassement là. Et puis, moi, je suis mon frère qui est un abonnement avec moi, je demande ni. À cause après s'asseoir, que moi, qui t'arrive à un incident, moi, pas réussi encore contre lui. La case, je peux presque finir contre nous, moi, je dormi dans la case qui est un peu encore fini. Et moi, je demande, moi, qui arrive, à comment, je peux essayer contre son serre. Moi, je dis, là, le problème, je m'en viens de là. Mon frère, tu dis, moi, vous dites, Lena, il dit, vous dites, mon compte gouvernement, moi, je gouvernement, mon matrice gouvernement, ben, quelque chose, mon frère, contre gouvernement. Mon frère, tu dis, moi, pas besoin de causer avec lui encore. Dans mon dit, pas besoin de causer avec lui, quand il m'a arrêté de causer avec moi, pas fréquente lui encore. Lena, en parlant ça, mon parti fréquente Lena, moi, c'est ça l'incident qui t'arrive. Et si tu dis, moi, pas causer avec lui, pas. Donc, moi, mon peut dire ça. Lena, moi, si tu viens causer avec moi, soit tu viens certainement encore. Ako, moi, tu ramassé quelque chose pour lui. Si pas lui, tu pour moi. Moi, plus qui quoi, tu pour moi avant moi. Moi, tu ramassé commission pour lui. Ya. Moi, tu ramassé commission pour lui. Si pas moi, si pas à moi, moi, tu pour moi. Ya. À cause, mon tant trop beaucoup l'eau, lui. Il fait moi comme si même à soi, pas tout mal, c'est à soi, non, ne. Mon méfier, il m'a dit que faille à veille, moi, pour lui, tout, moi. Jusqu'à comme là, mon tour, il y en a, même en ville, même il monte, dans la mousse. Si tu veux vraiment bien que moi, si tu vas, il t'a arrêté, tu as causé que moi, jamais. Mais ça sont les temps, les autres bandes les temps finis là. Il n'est plus une partie state là. Et même mon des agents sont, ça sont amis filles là pour être là, ils m'ont dit que lui, Dilina veille bien. Côté roi, moi, pas besoin de causer avec moi, pas ni coster le bord moi, pas ni pour venir le bord moi à cause. Moi, après j'espère qu'il vient le bord moi. Et mon quoi quand il tient un revolver, il tient pépé, il a été harassé moi, il pas fait jamais fait non encore. Zo mon frère, tu peux dire moi bonnes affaires que ça n'a pas fréquenté Lena, moi tu demandes ni, moi tu dis lui demande Lena. Demande son ami qui m'ont fait lui à cause il demande ma bonne question, lequel qui demande ni qui dit lui vient demande ma bonne question à cause il traite moi comment. Mon frère, tu dis moi comment? Il dit Malina, il dit son travail, qui comment? Il travaille, tu dis pour dire travail state security, on le voit, qui comment? Moi tu dis, les gens à tout dire mon, pas besoin faire mon. Faire quelque chose comme à cause de trop fatigue du monde, tout ça ban l'état d'une fatigue du monde. Arrête fatigue moi. Moi tu dis dans mon premier continuation là, moi tu cause, moi tu dis vous dis bodko et puis tu viens arrêter moi, moi tu raconter rien. Et puis moi tu commences à dégoûter, moi tu envie aller puis 92 moi tu quitter, moi tu envie quitter c'est là encore aller.
Monsieur Kamal Genatibou, s'il vous plaît, about la première fois que tu viens là.
Là moi tu viens là, moi tu cause, moi tu dis vous dis tu continues en là côte bodko garde batté là tu viens arrêter moi tu raconter qui t'est arrivé. Et puis moi tu envie aller mais malheureusement, il pas possible.
Vous racontez bout là et mon bonté aussi.
Oui. Concernant l'INA, c'est tout. Par exemple, je dis des fois, mon toli, même moi, je coïncide, moi, passer mon toli en ville, peut passer. Je demande une information concernant mon frère, mon frère, nous pas de talons comme là, nous pas bien, trop bien. Oui. Lolina bon nom c'est tout anyway.
Ou frère, il y a encore bien que Lina Bolam?
Ça qui m'ont pas connu, non, non, à peu près 6 ans, 7 ans, m'ont pas bien que mon frère.
Pas bien.
We united by blood, divided by greed, anyway. All right? Mon quoi, understand, Mr. Quick? Yeah.
Ok, dis-nous, M. Bonté, présent.
Oui, monsieur Bonté, moi, pas un friend, moi, tu bien que mon Bonté. À cause, il y a des gens qui viennent côté américain, côté Satellite Club, en l'air américain. Parce que tout coup. Moi, comme un garçon qui est sur le américain, moi, j'ai l'autorisation par américain. Pas pour montrer le Satellite Club, pas de base, ça, monsieur Green, moi, qu'on est en bas, côté l'écolier était.
Oui.
Moi, je n'ai pas demandé permission là pour montrer avant. À cause de monsieur, si tu travailles en l'air, quand tu viens en bas, moi, je suis un racquetball player, bon américain. Moi, je suis un basketball tout. Bien des fois, mon tour là. Moi-même, je m'imagine, je dis, à cause. Bon, il faut quand là, américain, quand le gouvernement, bon état, là.
Qui l'État, ça?
Bon état, moi, je veux dire, là. 89, 90. Dans 88, 89, 90. Bon, il faut qu'on t'aille à bord comme ça. Et même, on a supporté avec madame Cécile qui est bonté, un petit porteur, mon petit supporté, mon supporté, c'est comme il a encore là dans mon album. Qui fait mon petit connaît exactement qui est roulement bonté. Ça, tous les mois, américains, tous les mois, la plupart du temps, je fais un get together, mais nous dit ça, je fais une loterie, ça là, je t'en masse, tu donnes maman foyer de Nazareth ou maman quelque chose comme ça, quoi. C'est un bon c'est loi qui est venu, bon qui est invited. Mais c'est bon, tout coup, à cause de moi, si tous les mois, tu comptes en gambling, et avec ça, tu comptes en gambling là-bas, tout coup, il est là. Mais monsieur Bonté, anyway, mon con bien américain, mon oublie non. Il parti fréquente ban de monde qui ban high top américain, li tout le temps. On fait en bas à cause. Ban n'a pas fait li. Un jour, ça monsieur qui quand moi tu resté passe un peu le temps directement. Tu connais, moi tu sais que nous tu bien. Il dit moi mon bonté. Tu as période les américains. Si mon connaît mon bonté période les américains pour il est ouvert sur pays. Comme ça il dit à cause parti qui au pouvoir one party state in reset li, il pas peut gagner au pouvoir qui devrait gagner. À présent, nous peut causer. On dit que ça, c'est vrai, dis-moi oui. Il s'est demandé, mais en l'air, au bas de la misère, tu as un commandant tout le temps, tu as un on appelle le commandant quand ça les autres. Du commandant pas content, tu rapportes ça. Je ne suis pas d'accord avec Bonté. À cause de Bonté, vraiment, Bonté, tu as un boss full. Tu vends ta li. Là, tu viens dans les côtes américaines, là, tout coup, tu crois qui là. Deux femmes, 3 femmes avec les commandes.
Tu rapportes ça avec qui?
Avec. Il rapporte Plio, state, dans le gouvernement, à cause de ça, dit mon, quand tu restes là. Sorry, mon donne petit film. Lui même dit mon premier dit mon dans un computer Cécile en 1970. OK? Il travaille et qu'il a accompagné Ford Aerospace et puis tiens non Ford Aerospace mon quoi ya. À cause en l'air la côte base tiens Ford Aerospace, tiens Panam. Tiens 3 ou 4 la compagnie qui ne font pas de travail là. Ça a beaucoup dit moi auparavant un certain temps je tiens pas se lever nos bases le Côte Clip Satellite Club. Et même bon, dans mon présence, j'ai 5 fois mon quoi. Il y a levé la guerre dans Satellite Club avec Américain là concernant madame bon girlfriend. La guerre. Sécurité américaine même qui a besoin de tirer les autres là. Bien ma bonne le temps, tu fais les arrêter de venir. Au moment où tu parles moi-même, au moment où tu demandes avec ça beaucoup américain, si est-ce qu'il veut, il dit moi oui, à cause du commandant là, tu veux, il t'a envie l'aide américain, il tu prends un petit monde, c'est il t'a envie l'aide américain pour supporter lui, si tu es capable, à cause, il te dit pour dire parti qu'au pouvoir, pas donner un sens, ici là comme dans l'armée, comme même là, il pas gagner non, c'est tout.
Vous dites ça, ça 88, 89, 90.
Pardon?
Vous dites nous ça 88, 89, 90.
Oui.
Mais bon, tu es poussé dans l'armée depuis 86.
Tu es poussé?
Oui.
Mais c'est un moment où ça va être activé dans l'air là, pas dans l'uniforme là. Ma collègue tu viens dans l'air, tout le temps civil là. C'est un bon temps. Ako ban nati ban c'est loi ban américain tu respect li là il tient bien que autres li vraiment. Speli vini 3-4 girlfriend tout fait dans casino, c'est dans ban gambling casino qui tu joues là. Moi tu pas dit ton mochi là. Quand elle aime là, vous me dit, moi, il cause avec moi, qui dit, il dit, moi, pas fréquente lui à cause, il pas un bon Dieu, mon nez. India, un fois ou deux fois, India vient côté. Côte américain, côte moi tu sais, nous tu sais la madame Pervis, tu sais la côte origine quoi, il reste comme là. On est dans 5 ans, tu sais là nous. Et tu viens là à cause, on a c'est l'oiseau donne là, ça ban américain pour boire. À cause boire la misère, tu bois masse boire. Une fois ou deux fois, tu fais à dire mon, à vous américain rodé. Vous avez oublié que c'est la bière, bouteille. Bancadi, des fois, oui, moi qui tire en dedans. Je suis fait, moi tire dedans. Mais, là, quand nous tirons, c'est là à la case. Ça me dit, amateur radio communication. Monsieur, comment on connaît? Nous avons maman réel en l'air à la case. Même cause à l'époque, moment de à cause avec Indira Gandhi, bon président bon pays, qui en a bon zotan bon amateur radio, et puis Bovalon sur côte garde c'est un bouc américain c'est un ça. Et faut bon petit demandement, moi petit demandement qui ça vous qui fait, Il m'a que fait prendre l'information américaine, j'en connais, parce que vous connaissez aussi. De mon bon go Ariel là. Mon petit Jili informe moi appelle mon Jili be demande ni ou donne l'argent pour de boire. Demande ni pourquoi ça mon Jili dit ouais c'est là qu'on pas connaît mon Jili be ou demande ni. Ça même ça. Et puis, des fois, ils parlent dans ma vie encore. Peut-être c'est une veine, ils demandent ni temps que femme pas là. Donc, moi, je dis, examen, que moi, je dis, les bonnes, ils demandent moi, ou Ariel, what's the meaning of the Ariel? Je dis, moi, go, tell him, go fuck himself. Comment je dis, moi? Anyway, saya malah sidang bote panarif aucun nom, il m'a pas connaît, m'a pas au courant que scalaire américain sorti le base. Nale. Anyway, moi je suis en contact tout le temps avec les américains scalaire in passed away a few years ago. Encore moi je continue à gagner. Moi je continue à gagner. Ce qui est nécessaire, les mon besoin avec lui envoyé.
I mean, there were there were rumors or hearsay evidence that the 1986 internal coup with the Minister of Defense, Mr. Berwie, Raymond Bonte, Philip Luca, that was with the support of the CIA. Did you ever hear anything like that from your American friend?
No.
No.
I've heard a little about this, that the CIA, but I don't think so. Huh?
C'est moi, ben, lui, qui a le train l'Amérique.
Ben, lui, de l'Amérique, oui. Ben, lui, de l'Amérique. Et seulement, il ressemblait, moi, je te dis, entre un des habandis moun qui était le base là, la misère, il y en a un des qui peut essayer des autres. Dans la bouche, et même ça, vous américain, il dit, moi, à cause du stress, moi, il connaît ça, moi, vous dit, il dit, moi, Chabert, lui, il dit, non, ou des, il y en a ban internal forces at between qui peut essayer des autres. Moi, je ne pas quoi c'est CIA, moi. I don't believe c'est CIA. Les autres types essayent de faire ça individuellement pour les autres gagner popularité, peut-être, mais pas CIA.
Mais la plupart des Américains qui sont tracking station, les autres partis militaires, les autres civiliens.
Civiliens, mais seulement, il y en a.
Il y en a un des qui est
militaire. Ya. À cause, mon président de Bogla, je peux écouter téléphone. Tout que je écoute téléphone. Téléphone, je peux écouter plus moi. Il te gagne walkie-talkie. Ok? Il te gagne walkie-talkie. Il te donne ça walkie-talkie. In case si arrive un problème, il te montre moi qui m'a pour servir pour coller, pas servir téléphone. Si mon besoin colle, si lui besoin colle moi. Mais ça, dit mon qui m'a dit ouais mon canon mon son nom, il s'appelle R.C. Barnes. OK? Et mon dit bon premier dit mon sur le computer. OK? Yeah, madame peut sur qu'on est. OK? On y est peu. On est le 315. OK? Il tient un bouc, mon dit on la vérité, il tient un bouc qui bisexuel. Le monde dit on bisexuel, moi pas besoin d'expliquer. OK? Ben, du monde dans le computer, et puis ça, les mains, les tiens, qui connaît tant l'intelligence. À cause de ces remote code, tout ça, bonnes affaires là, mais tu servi. Quand il y a quelque chose qui te fait qui m'ont pas de câble, et te fait, moi, ni écouter, ni non, ni de la somme.
À cause de tracking station, une station de repérage intelligence.
Pardon?
Tracking station.
Yeah.
Une station de
Intelligence.
intelligence dans tout l'océan
Yeah.
Indien, East
Tout.
Africa.
Et on les côte américaine en misère.
Clair ça.
Tiens, non, commandant, tiens, non, un revolver, li. Tiens, non, 3 ou 4 diamants, tiens, un revolver, tiens, non, monsieur Dave Ryland, tiens, ça, Paname, tiens, c'est la mousse, tiens, un revolver, li. Mais seulement, gouvernement qui certifie pour dans les autres. Dans les autres l'agrément. Monsieur Dave Ryland, qu'on est c'est Madame Pervis? Quand Miss Chechel, tu restes là, le beau côté la boutique de croisé là. Zislam là, à la case là. Bétis c'est là, ni. Tu as un Toyota, mais Toyota encore là, Toyota 105. Ça qui, moi, je connais 3 commandants avec Dave Ryland et l'autre du monde de China. Et ça qui, moi, je dis, moi, je suis en Amérique en 85 avec Sabouk. Moi, je suis avec lui un endroit underground à cause de une son ami qui est marine, qui quitté, il tient private company, qui fait un sharp shooting underground. Il y a des gens qui fait ça en Amérique, vous connaissez. Il y a des gens qui sont members, ils viennent là, je suis avec lui, il fait un shooting underground. Je suis avec lui là-bas. C'est moi dis il pense jamais dit moi quelque chose moi dis l'intelligence
Qui dis-moi son nom encore?
Pardon?
Son nom.
Richard Barnes.
Richard Barnes.
Barnes, yeah. Richard C. Barnes. Ça c'est mon quoi pour Carol, Richard Carol Barnes. Et la plupart, ça va américain, anyway, quand même, si vous faites un coup d'État, la plupart sont américains, la plupart sont pas contents. Moi, c'est le pays, la plupart. Moi, anyway, moi, le pays était pas de faire non. On m'a appelé Albert, il dit Yankee go home. Tu m'as compté dans ses mains, tu peines dans ses mains, Yankee go home.
Oui, mais ça c'est longtemps avant.
Oui, bon temps, autant.
66, 67.
Oui. Anyway, malheureusement, quand les Américains sont allés en Afghanistan, un temps où parti qu'on est quelquefois qui peut arriver, c'est celle. Quelquefois, tu as d'un bon, soit pas de pas bon. Vous voyez? Il y a Afghanistan qui est arrivé. Sorti, mais vous avez une saisie 3-7. Afghanistan 3-7 exotes. Malheureusement, si mon pays mort, innocent paye pour les coupables, tout ce qui est arrivé là. Innocent paye pour les coupables, maman, les enfants, les autres morts, politiciens, les autres possibles, les autres en hélicoptère, en avion, en business. Too bad. Yeah?
So thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Banan.
Sorry, thanks a lot.
Yeah, we have no further questions unless there's anything you would like to add.
No. It's okay.
It's hard to catch both of these characters, Lena Bonham and Raymond Bonte, right?
Yeah.
They're very slippery. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
hardcore.
hardcore.
Yeah. Very bad, but
But
anyway, hope you're doing the good job. Hope someday, anyway, we'll see a light going through.
yeah,
Some
we-
people like
yeah.
this. Some came here, talks about lies. No? Some army guy talks about like they don't know you've got the, like you say, amnesty is there. You come and talk, you tell the truth, you're not going to go to jail. But if you don't come to go to jail, like you say, you can face the court, you know.
And we're going to really make sure of that. We're getting a list of names together.
Yeah,
and
you can face the court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully there'll be international assistance coming to assist in pursuing those people.
Something I haven't said too much to say, like Clifford Rosaline. Clifford Rosaline, he was my enemy. His mother threatened to write off my mother. Yeah? Chian, he was the one in charge of the district. But I was not afraid of him, never. Madam Purvis, where are you staying? It's just on top on the curb there. Me and two friends, there was a very big stone. We roll it, put it up there to wait for the pink hours to go up the mountain. We're going to roll down on them. Okay? Very big rock. This morning, I came to this road there. I have a look up there. You have put a fence up there. Yeah. Very big rock. We have 2x4 cut party. We roll this road. Malheureusement, sorry. When the pink hours came, there was a car in front. We know at what time. Yeah.
Just as well, right? That's what. Yeah.
Too bad. Anyway, by the way, they were afraid of me. Maybe they know because I was the American, but I know how to use a gun. The American teach me when I go 1985. I put me ready. Okay? Yeah, I know how to use it. But God knows doesn't get me the chance to get one. Anyway, have a nice day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benin. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All rise.
Actually, we are going to adjourn, and we will be in open session 9 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah.